We are back. What the hell? My helmet better be on me. That's all I know. Oh, I'm invisible. Nice. Oh shoot. Let's go, baby. Let's get some PvP in. Hell yeah.
Where is it you would like to go, lad? For just a few coin, my griffins can get you there faster than even the swiftest horse.
Even the swiftest horse. Let's see what Theo's nerdy ass is doing.
So scared.
Well, it's good for content.
True. Who else are gonna talk about, bro, if not me and PewDiePie?
Of course you don't wanna. Of course you don't want to.
The big. Since when?
For the first moment. It's like, oh no, that's not it.
Freaking elite density is weak.
Yo!
And I let it all out, mind that I'm not the only person with these things in mind. But all
It's unhinged.
Fucking Blaze.
Can grab all my fucking res shit.
Died 9 times. Damn. What the hell?
I think I smell my dad's cooking. I gotta hold on. I gotta go back to the.
I've never seen that chicken.
Ooh, did we get it to work the way I... Yeah, I want to test that. Definitely want to test that. We're gonna test that. Hopefully it works. Do I want to do season 5 tomorrow, D2R? I don't know if there's a point. I don't know. The filth of Booty Bay. Pedophiles, as Index would say.
I can't cast that yet.
Pedophiles.
Yo!
Make Booty Bay my home?
Come in, come in. Just don't sit too close to the stove. It hasn't exploded yet today, but just to be safe, I think you should sit elsewhere. You want to know about Naz Steamboy? He's a racer pilot out in the Shimmering Flats, isn't he? Yeah, I might be able to find something out about him, but it won't be easy, or fast, or cheap. Getting the information on Naz is quite a favor, adventurer. Yes, quite a favor. But you've come all the way from the Shimmering Flats to get it. Are you willing to travel some more? While I contact my sources. Why don't you gather something for me, eh? What will it be? How about dream dust from the dragon whelps of the Swamp of Sorrows? Yes, I'd love some dream dust for my snuff pouch. Get it for me, adventurer, and I'll get you the information you seek.
Fastest griffins this side of Airy Peak. Want to take a ride?
Yes. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Anyone for Nomer? No. Now that I'm 42, I'm actually curious what this is gonna say. Razor fin downs. Dude, that's such a good belt, man. I wish. I fucking wish. It's also a fucking great ring. Fucking perfect, bro. Oh, I can't wait to test this out. Like pseudo excited. Because this weak order is actually insane. It's fucking great. The problem and what makes it annoying is it fucking persists in combat. But if I can change it to where it turns off in combat, it will be far less annoying. So a lot more tolerable. Oh, it wants me to go to the... Okay, I see why it made me fly there. That makes sense. Don't be a douche.
You need something? Need help?
He's got Thunder Fury, man. That guy's a tank. Copper. We don't care about copper. Obviously. Another copper. Uh-oh. That's an alliance player. That means there's more nearby. He died to Stitches. Ooh, can I take on Stitch? Dude, he has so much help. Come on, man.
That's still recharging.
Never mind. He died to a fucking horde loser. Fucking dweeb. Dude, I'm all for world PvP, but I feel like world PvP would be infinitely better if they may... Dude, I want to fight you, but the rogues are just gonna kill me if I try to fight you. I feel like world PvP would be better if you got a dishonorable kill every time you ganked somebody that's gray. That would make it way more enjoyable. Sparrow Slut? How did you get that name? Femboy? Oh my god. Femboy. Alright, let's see if this works. Hopefully it does. Wait, why did it turn off? Oh my god. A weak word turned off? I want to test it on something. Nice. Okay, it turned off. Now, does it turn back on automatically? I'm not in combat anymore.
Not ready yet.
the difference between encounter and combat? Is it not the same thing?
It's too far away. I can't cast that yet. That's still controlling.
The hell? It's not turning back on. So that function is working. Okay.
I need to get closer.
So it turns off, which is what I want it to do. Why is it not turning back on? There it goes. Maybe I have to do it a few times for it to register. Oh, fuck yeah, let's go, dude.
I can't cast that yet.
Now we're in a cave. My weak aura turned off for some reason. I don't know why. It's back on.
It's too far away.
Dude, there's so many people in here, man. Dude, what the fuck? Bro, how am I supposed to do anything?
I need to get closer.
Big fucking damn. Yes, nice. Turn back on. Stay that way. Don't disappear. Oh man, big damn. It's doing what I wanted to do. That's not what I wanted to do. Exploring, baby. I don't know what the hell is up in here, but why isn't my weak ward turning back on, man? Mithro. Can't fucking do Mithro. Dude, there's so many alliance in here, bro. I'm supposed to do shit. I think it's 150. What do you want? What?
That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet.
And I feel like I can just chill in here and never die. Because every one of their moms in here. For some dumb reason. Okay. See if I can get my weak ore to auto activate after. Kill some bitches.
I need to get It's too far away.
Fuck you, purge me. Dude, why does it keep turning off, man?
That's still control.
I need to make a macro. Slash UA. Save. And then we need to find a fucking spot to put it, I guess. In here for now, I guess.
I don't have a target. I need a target. I can't do that yet.
Inside the cave, we'll drop the silk cloth. Inside the cave on the top level. Okay.
I'm out of range.
Resign head stringers will not drop the silk cloth. Be careful not to accidentally sell these to a vendor. Oh. I mean, I could just buy. You'll need these for a quest in the Searing Gorge later. Oh my god. Fucking insane. Come here, bitch.
I need to get closer.
Fucking parry, man.
That ability isn't ready yet.
I'm not in combat. Oh my god, what did I just do?
I'm out of range. That's bad.
Why is it turning it off? It shouldn't be turning it off. Conditions, maybe? No.
I can't do that yet. Not ready yet.
Oh my god. drops whole cloth.
I need to get closer.
Bro, why is it turning it off, man?
That ability isn't ready yet.
See if that does anything.
Far away.
Bro, it turns it off. Why does it do that?
Not ready yet.
Let's try that maybe?
I'm out of range. That ability isn't ready yet. It's too far away. I need to get closer.
Why? So every other mob, it's turning it on and off. Why is it doing that? So now it's going to turn it off after I kill this guy? And now it's off. Now it's on. So it's like every other mob. Why is it doing that? Need to find a way around that. Actually driving me bats. Now it's off again. Don't get that. It should turn back on. The fuck do I get out of here?
/who warsong 60. Please.
/who warsong? Seven people. Not a lot. All right, so my weak war is back on. Good.
OMG.
I don't think anyone does, from my understanding, nobody does Warsong
8 p.m. now?
Yeah, Eastern time. but from my understanding, nobody does Warsong and AB during the weekdays. It's on weekends that they do that. Everyone does AV. Is from my understanding. Oh, I might as well go ahead and. I don't know. I don't think King's Blood is worth much, if at all. But I know Wild Steel is for some dumb reason. Not sure why on that one.
AV week now.
I don't know. But is it up there? Fuck is it? It is up there. How the fuck do I get up there? I don't even know how to check that, man, honestly. How the fuck am I supposed to get that?
Tie bro.
Whatever. Oh my god, the terrain in this game. Lol. I don't even know how to see the calendar. I don't know if there is a calendar on Classic. Oh, fuck me. Where am I? Oh, shit. Oh, I'm near ZG. Oh. Oh. Oh, fuck. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Oh.
That's still recharging.
Bro.
I don't have a target.
Better turn my shit back on, motherfucker. Bro. So annoying.
I need to get closer. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that yet.
Dude, why does this turn off after combat? I want it to turn back on after combat. Dude, ugh.
I need a target. I don't have a target. I need a target. I don't have a target. I need a target.
Fucking annoying.
I don't have a target.
So watch, it should theoretically turn on after this. I don't know why this thing's such a pain in the dick to fucking... See, now it's back on. I don't know why it does that, but... whatever, I fucking guess.
I need a target. I don't have a target. I need a target. I need to get closer. I don't have a target. I need a target. I don't have a target. I need a target. I don't have a target. I need a target. I don't have a target. It's too far away. I need a target. I'm out of range.
Where is it? I hear them, but I don't see them, man.
It's too far away. I don't have a target. I need a target. I can't attack that. I can't attack that target. I don't have a target. I need a target. I don't have a target. I need a target. I don't have a target.
Let's get a parry haste. Oh my. I can't fucking talk to him to sell shit. Fucking horse shit, man.
I need to get closer. I need a target. I don't have a target. I need a target. I don't have a target. I need a target. I don't have a target.
You got an iron depot down here. You go get that shit. My guy needs to stop fucking... Bro. Oh no. Probably a bad idea. Okay, we're fucking shit up. Ish. There's another one over here, but don't know if that one's even worth going for if there's elites. In the cave, I know it's not worth it.
It's too far away. I need a target. That spell isn't ready yet. I'm out of
Bro, I can actually destroy this guy now, but
I don't have a target.
I fucking despise this quest. They share spawn points with the tigers, so kill those two. If you can't find any, be careful to avoid the level 40 elites. We can fuck them up.
Isn't ready yet. I need a target. I don't have a target.
Last one.
I can't cast that yet.
Snap jaw Croc skins.
It's too far away. That spell isn't ready yet.
Yeah.
It's too far away. I can't do that yet. I need to get closer. I'm out of range.
There's one.
I'm out of range. That's still charging. Oh! Oh! It's too far away. That ability isn't ready yet.
I don't know why I feel tired. I shouldn't feel tired.
I can't manage it yet.
Why am I tired, man?
It's too far away. That spell isn't ready yet. I'm out of range. Not ready yet. That's still recharging.
Dude, I don't know why, but the Alliance just come together on this server. Oh. Uh-oh, they're back. Tweedledee Tweedledum is back. He got me targeted. He got me targeted. Fucking king's blood. Damn it, man. I wanted to get that croc.
That's still recharging. I need to get closer.
Jesus. Fucking damn.
I need to get closer.
Bro, there's so many Alliance. We coming for that ass. We coming for that ass.
I'm out of range. I can't handle that yet. That's still I need to get closer.
for you. We come for that ass. Dude, he's so fast.
That spell isn't ready. I can't handle it yet. That spell isn't ready yet.
Feels good. Oh shit. Good. See if this druid's back. We get the croc first though.
It's too far away.
Hey, another one. Perfect.
That's still recharging. I can't handle
Dude.
That spell isn't ready yet. I need to get closer.
Bro, what the actual fuck?
I need a target. I don't have a target. I need a target. That's still recharging. I can't handle it yet. That's still recharging.
Oh, it missed. Big mistake for playing a troll instead of an orc. He would have resisted my fucking Hodge. 25% is... I don't think I've landed a single Hodge on an orc yet. Like, not one. Got 5 HKs today. We had 8 yesterday, so the goal today is to get 10. So... and then we'll start doing increments of 1 after that. Cool. So many fucking virgins on today, man. It's correct. Too many. Too many virgininos. Oh, we're gonna be getting close to Rom. Which means more horde. Kind of our main goal out here anyways. Yeah, we're questing, but we need to kill horde.
I'm out of range. I can't do that yet.
One crit? That's actually kind of fucking insane.
Not ready yet.
Oh, I'm quite... man, dude. This game fucking annoys me sometimes. Why am I in a bowl? Alright, that's for sure gonna be horde over here, right?
I need to get closer. I can't do that yet.
My god. 50% HP gone instantly.
It's too far away.
About to go into PvP heaven over here in a second.
I can't cast that yet.
It's got like a second wind. Thank God. Here we go. Always Horde and Alliance over here. Always. No way. No way. None?
Now that's how you get a trophy or two over the old hearth. Nice killing, adventurer.
You've done well, adventurer. You've almost proven yourself to be a master hunter of panthers. A panther by the name of Bagthera has been prowling the jungle. So far, he's eluded our party. See if you can use your skills to kill the great Bagthera. Bring me the fang of Bagthera, and you'll have earned my respect.
Who's Silver Bar? Huh.
Go with honor, friend.
It's too far away.
No mercy.
That spell isn't ready yet.
Fucking bitch. The Alliance is just so... It's so ridiculous. Man, I don't know if I want to make an Orc Warrior. I mean, I do, but like, fuck, dude. Just gonna get rolled by the fucking Alliance.
Need help?
Because of shit like that. Fucking wild. Oh man, that's a far.
I'm out of range.
Oh shit.
I need to get closer. That ability isn't ready yet.
Greetings.
I can't cast that yet. It's too far away. That's still retarded. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast it yet.
We didn't even try. I'm out of range.
It's still recharging. That spell isn't ready yet. It's too far away. I can't cast it yet. That's still I can't cast that.
Oh.
Let's get this party started.
That's still
No. No pun intended. Oh, he's back, man. He's back. GG. Same one. I know. We finished. We finished. Fuck it.
It's too far away. That's isn't ready yet. That's still that spell isn't ready yet. I'm out of range. It's too far away. I need to get closer.
I landed. Fucking miracle.
I can't reach it yet. That spell isn't ready yet. isn't ready yet.
Fucking more.
I can't cast that yet.
How the fuck did this thing just resist? A horde on you, dude? No. I'm not answering, so I guess we leave that.
I need to get closer. That spell isn't ready yet. That's still controlled. I can't feel that yet.
Seven.
It's too far away.
I need another monster.
I can't attack it. That spell isn't ready. That's still recharging.
I don't think Horde come here, right? I didn't come here on my Horde. I don't think there's any quests for them here. These enemies are immune to frost damage. Well, that sucks for fucking mages. How the fuck are you supposed to do this quest if you're a mage? Oh, that would piss me off. That would definitely piss me off. I never got my monster. I peed it in my monster. Do some math really quick. I'm actually curious about something. If I do this logistical job. So... where the fuck's my calculator at? The hell?
I'm out of range.
Oh, I want to finish watching this video. Oh! Oh, I forgot about this.
Citizens. So nobody believes that the kid of a Mexican diplomat in this country enjoys birthright citizenship. Not a judge or legal scholar in this country will disagree with me on that. Well, if the kid of a Mexican diplomat doesn't enjoy birthright citizenship, then neither does the kid of an illegal migrant who broke the law to come here. As the father of two sons, it is hard for me to look them in the eye and say, you have to follow the law when our own government fails to follow its own laws. That's how we really go the distance and solve this
There's some evidence to the contrary, but I'm still with it. I'm totally
with it. In the United States of America, because that is part of what it even means to be an American.
Senator Scott, you oppose ending birthright citizenship. What?
You were saying there's some issues with common law?
So it comes from the Wong Kim Ark decision in 1898, but it goes back further into the English common law centuries and centuries back, that if you're born in one's region, you know, under one's reign, then you are a subject thereof. So it's a tough legal argument to make, but I think as pertains to the 14th, I think he's right.
Frankly, if you come here illegally, you are not. Now, surviving a Supreme Court argument is something I can't tell you, but from a perspective of the Constitution, I think it's simple that clearly it was designed for slavery and not for illegal immigration.
It's spreading.
I'll go one step further, though.
They're agreeing with this is huge.
Things that are happening on
It's
this
actually
stage.
a big deal, man.
We think about the fact that Vivek just said we were all good people, and I appreciate that because last debate he said we were all bought and paid for. And I thought about that for a little while and said, you know, I can't imagine how you could say that knowing that you were just in business with the Chinese Communist Party and the same people that funded Hunter Biden millions of dollars was a partner of yours as well. It's not nonsense.
So look,
Tim pulling out the shiv.
I want to respond. These are good people who are tainted by a broken system, and it's not the fault of anybody who's involved.
Some of us are tainted, but the bottom line is when you say
Excuse me. Thank you for speaking while I'm interrupting. While I'm speaking.
Thank you for speaking while I'm interrupting.
You can't be on both sides.
Gentlemen, you'll have your turn.
One of the challenges we should have
please focus on the issues that matter. We know we did this in China.
Yeah,
Everybody.
Chris
leaning on the podium.
State of American democracy.
Accountable. That's what we need to be.
Oh, this is normal, dude. Just talk until everyone else shuts up.
Exactly.
I only want to hear from
I agree with
Bergam.
Ron DeSantis on China. When every other CEO expanded into the Chinese market, you know what I did with my first company? We opened a subsidiary in China. But you know what I did that was different than every other company? We got the hell out of there. And when I started my next
right
company,
before you ran for
Strive, right when it, that was years ago.
2023.
Right when I started my next company, Strive, to compete against BlackRock. Excuse me.
No.
To compete against BlackRock, I made a commitment that we would never do business in China. And I will say something.
I think you have more than time to explain your
Well, if I was interrupted by a lot of people here, and I want to be respectful because I believe these are good people, but I do not believe in
shut up,
these.
Tim. Oh my
We're
God.
sitting here in the Reagan Library.
Yes, I wish you
in
did
the
not think it
honor
was
of
midnight.
Ronald Reagan.
They need to cut the mics of everyone that's not talking.
One
And
admirer
let
of
one at a
Ronald
time.
Reagan to another.
That's what they got to
From
do.
one admirer
Light
of
up their
Reagan to another.
podium.
We cannot sit
Let them
here
talk.
and
Shut down.
4 years ago.
I didn't know what's going on.
Fucking insane.
Mute it. Scott is making it tough.
What's going on? Let us
Gonna
have
slowly turn it down.
Yeah, there.
Until
That sounds
they get
better.
control. Right? Yeah.
declare independence from China.
Thank you very
and I will
much.
see that through.
Vice President Pence, in 2017, the Trump-Pence
I learned a lot
administration
from that.
canceled, which put the legal status of 600,000 dreamers in the hands
Should we order pizza?
of the courts. Dreamers work,
I'm not even
and they
kidding.
pay
What
taxes.
channel is The Simpsons on?
As
Specifically
president,
Pizza
if
Hut.
the Supreme
I love pizza.
Court ends
Chris is
DACA,
listening now.
will you
Pineapple.
work
Yeah.
with Congress to reach a permanent solution for dreamers?
Well, first, let me say I'm glad Vivek pulled out of his business deal in 2018 in China. That must have been about the time you decided to start voting in presidential elections.
Oh, that was actually kind of a zinger.
Elections. So let me speak to this. Number one, I negotiated the Remain in Mexico policy with the Mexican government. We used economic power to bring the Mexican government to the table. We built hundreds of miles of border wall. And despite what's said here today, we reduced illegal immigration and asylum abuse by 90%. And as President of the United States, I can do it again. And the truth is we need to fix a broken immigration system, and I'll do that as well. But first and foremost, a nation without borders is not a nation. And we have to secure the southern border of the United States of America. I know how to do it, and we will do it again. Let me say one other thing about China. Let me say one other thing about China.
Would you negotiate with Congress to give a solution to the problem that dreamers have right now? They are on a limbo.
Well, let me tell you, I served in Congress for 12 years, although it seemed longer. But you know, something I've
The Vivek zinger was good, but these other ones are kind of groaners.
Is I've actually secured reform in Congress. You know, Ron, you talk a really good game about cutting spending, but you've increased spending in Florida by 30%. When I was a member of Congress in 2006, right after Hurricane Katrina, Dana, you remember it, we stood our ground. I led House conservatives. We cut $100 billion out of the federal budget.
You know, this is the old
can be done,
GOP, right, which is just cut.
Debate, I'll say again, this
I don't
is
know
no
that
time
attack
for
lands on
on-the-job
DeSantis,
training.
because the
I'm
thing
gonna be
people like
ready
about
on day
DeSantis
one
is that he
to
just
get Congress
brutally
to
wields
step
the
up,
government against our
secure the
enemies like
southern border of the
Disney.
United
So I don't really
States,
care if he raises.
build a military
I don't care what he
fit
spends it on.
into
You know?
our times, and we're going to get spending in Washington, D.C. under control once and for all.
Helen just said that he sounds like 2010 Biden.
Yeah,
kind of true.
yeah.
Kind of true.
How
Nice
will
comment.
these candidates make America safer? As
Chris looks
rising
like he's
crime
about to fall
plagues our
over.
city?
He's like leaning his
Exhausted.
entire weight on the
His blood
podium.
sugar must
His
be
gout,
dropping.
his
Yeah,
gout
the
is
gout is hurting me.
The King's disease.
So they're gonna go take a break, and
wow.
I just no. All right,
I
we'll,
didn't think so.
Free advertising.
we'll when the commercials are over, we'll come back.
Some takeaways. Chris Christie, it sounds like he's struggling to breathe, which makes it hard to
Yeah.
listen to him,
But
unfortunately.
Pence does too.
Bro, he doesn't sound like he's struggling to bleed. He doesn't sound like it. He is struggling.
And if he was nicer, like more friendly, I think I'd really like him, Chris Christie.
I'm
He
sorry,
seems like
dude.
such a jerk.
No one should vote for Chris Christie.
Yeah.
No one. You know why? You know why?
He's fat and sick. No offense. Big part of it.
If you can't take care of yourself, how do you take care of this country?
True. True.
Discipline.
And to be fair, the only pass Donald Trump gets is not based on his health, not based on his diet. It's based on the fact that he's the closest person to firing people who need to be fired. That's it. Because otherwise, I'd agree. I'd be like, I mean, actually, Trump did lose a lot of weight. Surprisingly.
What are you talking about? He's a svelte 215.
Yeah. I read that
I
in the
don't know
newspaper.
what you're talking about.
But what about Taft? He was a great president. He was
Yeah.
the biggest, fattest guy ever in the history of the world.
Really?
It's different when you get fat off of like what people ate back then, you know?
That's true. Yeah.
Raw milk and bacon and pies.
Yes, like prime rib for breakfast, I
Yeah.
assume he was eating.
I think you're right, because I shouldn't be too hard on Chris Christie's weight, because I think he might actually be a guest in the future and like a serious like
He's gonna
inside.
be like, Ian, I heard what you said about
well,
my
Chris,
weight.
you were fat.
He's gonna
Real
say,
talk,
Maybe
brother.
shaming
Ian,
him
I have
will
a
work.
glandular problem.
And he slammed the table.
It's my
All right,
thyroid.
Chris. But it, like, kind of like in politics, I'm finding these people that I think I hate, and just through the media, I end up meeting them in person, and I really like them.
Yeah.
Well, that's a lesson I've talked about before. When I was a teenager and I watched the skate video, and me and my friends were all just smack talking these skaters about how cool we thought we were and how they were losers with their goofy clothes. And then we go to California, end up meeting them, and they were super nice to us and like gave us free food and gear. And they're like, "You guys rock, man." I was like, I feel really bad for talking bad about these
That's
guys
like
for no reason.
the culture war in a nutshell. Yeah. All this
I
sort
think
of.
politicians are just as bad as we think they are.
Yeah.
Or worse.
But the ones that
Or
come in
worse.
here, I like.
But they're the
Sean
ones-
Spicer, for instance, I love him. Like, I got such a
Yeah.
horrible
Yeah.
view of him through the media, and then I was like, well, I'm gonna meet Sean Spicer. Steve Bannon was another one. I was like, I'm supposed to be afraid of this guy, I guess. Then I meet him, and I'm like, oh, these guys are legit. Like,
Yeah,
just
but
smart, straightforward.
Then you see like AOC.
You have proven yourself time
tells-
is as bad.
She tells her constituents who are yelling at her, no more illegal immigrants. She screams over them, we're going to give them your tax dollars, we're going to give them your homes, and we're going to give them special protected status. I'm sorry, that's evil.
Yeah,
must enter
no,
that
no.
cave,
Some are
brave,
bad, but I'm with you. Once you meet a lot of politicians, you realize that many of them are kind of boring, and some of them are. It's not that they're evil; they're just like they don't care that much about much of anything. But a lot of them actually are like nice, good people who were like a little bit nerdy in school, and you know they're just it's kind of sad because if they were truly just menacing evil monsters, it would explain why the country is so degraded. But like a lot of them are just kind of showing up and doing their job.
Yeah, getting the job on the bridge of the Death Star. Like, why does everyone hate me? You're like, oh, 'cause you're-
Here's the question. How many members of Congress can you name? Let's do this. How many members of the House can you name? Right? 10, 20? Yo, we do a show. We've probably interviewed more than 20 members of Congress. I can't name any of them.
Yeah.
You know, we know the ones we like, we know the ones we don't like. And then
I have had full conversations with members of Congress, not recognizing them at all.
Yeah.
And I work in politics for a living, you know, and I just a lot of them you just don't, even prominent ones.
Yeah.
Not
All right.
that
Looks
I'm
like we're
worried
back.
anyone would try to elbow their way into being the new
Oh, that's a cool venue.
No one crosses rebel
Reagan's,
gods and
Reagan
lives
Library.
Reagan Library for the second Republican presidential debate. I do want to just remind
We should have
everyone,
ordered
there's
pizza.
1 minute for questions,
Yeah.
30 seconds for a follow-up, and when we mention each other, that means a fewer questions.
I can't do. I ate all that jerky.
So, we want to talk about crime. This has been a
Yeah, I
horrendous
ate it all. I'm
problem
sorry.
in our country.
It's gone.
Fox
You want
News
food?
and others have
Alpha
been
jerky.
covering
Meat
it.
sticks?
Governor
You want some?
Christie.
Is that what they're
Crime in
called?
major cities
Yeah.
is striking
Well, no, we had a
fear
bag of
into the
jerky.
hearts
I'll
of
go grab some. I'll be right
Americans.
back.
Just
Really?
last
Wow,
night,
thanks,
looters
man.
took over the streets of Philadelphia.
They're like
We should have just winged.
You said in the last
Look
week
at what
that you
they
would
did to
use
those
U.S.
bags.
attorneys to prosecute crimes local prosecutors won't. But
Yeah, next time we
is
should
level,
order a
and
bunch
they
of
could not
pizza and
handle
wings.
all of the
Yeah.
lawlessness, the shoplifting, all the carjackings, the armed robberies. They're all surging. Progressive prosecutors were elected by their constituents, and they can't be fired by a president. So what would you do to end the revolving door
like he's gonna
of
collapse.
criminality?
Look, Dana, I'm the only one on this stage who's done it.
No, come
For
on.
7 years, I ran the 5th largest office in this country at the U.S. Attorney's Office in New Jersey, and we set records for the number of prosecutions that we brought that still have not been broken. And the reason was that we went after the crime that was affecting people's lives. And as president, I will appoint an attorney general and instruct that attorney general that you are to put all the resources that are necessary to bring our cities back under control. The fact is, they
Why
will
is
be
he
stretched.
breathing so
There's
loud?
no doubt about that,
The
but that's
inhale.
what they take the job for, because they love the idea of enforcing the law. We've got to bring law and order back to this country, and not just in our cities, but we need law and order back everywhere.
Now
We
I'm,
need
like,
law and order
paying
back in our
more
cities.
attention.
All you hear.
Yeah. We need it in our rural areas. People feel threatened there, and we need it in Washington, D.C. also. And Donald Trump should be here to answer for that, but he's not. And I want to look at that camera right now and tell you, Donald,
I
know you're
can't not
watching.
hear
You
it.
can't help yourself. I know you're watching, okay? And you're not here tonight not because of polls and not because of your indictments. You're not here tonight because you're afraid of being on the stage and defending your record.
No, I'm pretty sure it's the polls, actually. Pretty sure the reason he's not there is because of the polls, because he's up like 50 points, you know.
We're going to call you Donald Duck.
Ian, you are
Donald Duck.
Donald Duck.
A couple of prosecutors in your state, but as governor, as president, you would not have the ability to do that. How do you think about dealing with the root causes of crime, especially this revolving door of the criminals? They just get out and come back and commit another crime.
Well, the crime in these cities is one of the strongest signs of the decaying of America. We can't be successful as a country if people aren't even safe to live in places like Los Angeles and San Francisco. Just being in Southern California over the last couple days, my wife and I have met 3 people who have been mugged on the street, and that would have never happened 10 or 20 years ago. In Florida, we back the blue. We support the men and women of law enforcement. They are keeping us safe. We have a 50-year low in the crime rate. And yes, when I had 2 progressive prosecutors that weren't following the law in Florida, I removed them from their post, and the people in Florida are safer as a result of it. As president, I will use the Justice Department to bring civil rights cases against all of those left-wing Soros-funded prosecutors. We're not going to let them get away with it anymore. We will reverse this country's decline. We need to choose law and order over rioting and disorder.
And I will not let you down.
I would be nuts on the stage, dude. You have no idea. I would be like, I will prosecute all of the Democrats who have illegally gone after Donald Trump.
Is at a record low. 3 years ago, you signed a pledge to support law enforcement. Now, pledges are a nice idea, but what's your actual plan to get more police on our streets?
Well, and I actually did it in South Carolina, too. You know, what we knew in South Carolina was you take care of those who take care of you. We have to start taking care of law enforcement, but it's not just taking care of them with words. It's making sure that you also follow through on what they do. Right now, we have a lot of stolen guns on the street. Well, these law enforcement officers, they arrest these people, and then they go and they're let out the very next day. So law enforcement feels like no one has their back. We have to start prosecuting according to the law. We have to make sure we have the backs of law enforcement, and we have to make sure that we're a country of law and order. But I want to go back to China because I don't think we spent enough time on that.
Why was she there last time?
Right now, we have to look at what government's doing to hurt us against China, too. You have a company, U.S. Antibiotics, that produces amoxicillin, the #1 antibiotic that we need. And right now, there is a company in Bristol, Tennessee, that produces that. Yet our federal government only gets it from China. We need to be focusing on companies that produce in America and supporting those companies that produce in America, not companies that are helping China.
That was unexpectedly a good point. I expected it to be some sort of shallow pivot.
Thank you, Stuart. We're going to stay in the topic of crime because it affects all of us. Governor Burgum, for the first time ever, a Univision poll found that mass shootings and gun safety are one of the most important issues for Latino voters.
Let her have it, Doug.
Mental health concerns are not unique to the United States, but gun violence is. What is your specific plan to curb gun violence?
If you just start speaking perfect
first
Spanish.
we need to know is understand is I think that the liberal
Oh no! He looks like Scorsese.
Left seems to be just completely bent on prosecuting law-abiding citizens that are gun owners, because every solution they have to this is take away the Second Amendment rights of Americans, and somehow that's going to solve the problem. But all these cities that we're talking about that you showed the videos of tonight, they have some of the strictest gun laws in the country. So we know that that's not what's working. But what we have to do is get back to the core issues about the family. We have to get back to behavioral health and mental health. We've got to get back to actually enforcing the laws these people talked about, and like we've done in North Dakota, where we've got the goal and we're on the track to be the most military-friendly state in the nation.
Like he's not going to go that far,
the most military and the most support of what we're doing in terms of law enforcement, because the morale is down because we've been defunding the police, because they've been attacked in the press. The police have become the bad guys when they're the one. There's all these jobs available in America. Why would you be a policeman if people don't even respect them? Every time I see a policeman, the first thing I say is thank you, and so does everybody else in my family and most of the people in our state, because they know we have to respect the people that are out there defending us every single day.
Are you a burgomaniac?
I am a
burgomaniac. About 90% of fentanyl is seized at official border crossings, and 57% of the smugglers are U.S. citizens. How would you stop fentanyl brought into the country, mostly by U.S. citizens, through ports of entry?
There's two sides to this, and we have to be very honest about it. One is we do have to seal that southern border. Building the wall is not enough. They're building cartel-financed tunnels underneath that wall. Semi-trucks can drive through them. We have to use our own military to seal the Swiss cheese of a southern border. But we also have to be honest. There's a demand-side problem in this country, too, a mental health epidemic. I met family in Iowa, two parents, Kathy and Derek. They lost their son, Sebastian, 17 years old. He bought Percocet on Snapchat, and then he died. Why did he die? Because it was laced with fentanyl. That is closer to bioterrorism, not a drug overdose. That is poisoning. So it is our job to make sure that never happens. But it's also our job to make sure that 17-year-olds don't turn to Percocet via Snapchat. Right. We have to bring back mental health care in this country, not with pumping pharmaceuticals, but with faith-based approaches that restore purpose and meaning in the next generation of Americans. Many of them are getting it through social media. And this isn't a Republican point or a Democrat point, but if you're 16 years old or under, you should not be using an addictive social media product, period. This is something that we can both agree on, and we can revive both the mental health of this country while stopping the fentanyl epidemic that will kill more people this year than who died on 9/11. And I refuse to be a passive bystander sitting in the White House like the hollowed out husk of a current president we have. We will step up and address this problem to stand for Americans and our children.
President encouraging TikTok. Quit encouraging TikTok.
Who's encouraging TikTok? Why are they talking about encouraging
I'm going to use the U.S. military to go after the Mexican drug cartels. They are killing our people. And the stories that I've seen in Florida, we had an infant, 18 months. Parents rented an Airbnb. And apparently the people that had rented it before were using drugs. The infant was crawling, the toddler was crawling on the carpet and ingested fentanyl residue and died. Are we just going to sit here and let this happen, this carnage happen in our country? I am not going to do that. So I guarantee you on day one, this border is going to be a day one issue for me as president. We're going to declare it a national emergency. Yes, we'll build the wall. We'll do remain in Mexico. But those Mexican drug cartels are going to be treated like the foreign terrorist organizations that they are.
President Pence. All right, Vice President Pence. We're going to move on to a different issue. Hold on, sir. Vice President Pence.
Who's speaking?
Just last month,
Tim Scott and Nikki Haley.
Tim keeps jumping in.
Repeal all Obamacare mandates. However, you also made that same promise in 2016. And at that time, Trump-Pence had congressional majorities for at least the first 2 years, and you did not deliver on that promise. So Obamacare, right now, it is more popular than ever. Why should Americans trust you, if you become president, to fix that, or is Obamacare here to stay?
Well, first let me speak to the mass shootings issue, and then I'll answer that question. It's an important one, Dana. Look, I'm someone that believes that justice delayed is justice denied. And as a father of three, as the grandfather of three beautiful little girls, I am sick and tired of these mass shootings happening in the United States of America. And if I'm president of the United States, I'm going to go to the Congress of the United States, and we're going to pass a federal expedited death penalty for anyone involved in a mass shooting so that they will meet their fate in months,
including gang shootings.
Years. It is unconscionable.
I don't think so.
Anyone involved? What does that mean? Someone that sold them the gun?
The Parkland shooter, Ron, is actually going to spend the rest of his life behind bars in Florida. That's not justice. We have to mete out justice and send a message to these would-be killers that you are not going to live out your days behind bars. You're going to meet justice.
But
does that mean Obamacare is here to stay?
I love her. I love Dana.
Wow. Well, thank you for reiterating the question, because I'd love to answer it. Look,
that was good.
It's one of the choices here. You know, my former running mate, Donald Trump, actually has a plan to start to consolidate more power in Washington, D.C., consolidate more power in the executive branch. If I'm president of the United States, it's my intention to make the federal government smaller by returning to the states those resources and programs that are rightfully theirs under the 10th Amendment of the Constitution. That means all Obamacare funding, all housing funding, all HHS funding, all of it goes back to the states. We'll shut down the Federal Department of Education. education. We'll allow states to innovate. We're going to revive federalism in America.
Democrats are wielding corrupt power against us, and we're going to give all that power up as soon as you vote for me. No, not interested. Sorry. Fire all of them first. I agree, but first fire them, prosecute, then start breaking it down.
26 million Americans don't
Tim,
have
stop, please.
insurance
Tim is,
coverage.
like, on fire, man.
2.5 million
He doesn't have that
of them
Bergam
are
focus.
in your state. That's worse than the national average. Can Americans trust you on this?
Well, I think this is a symptom of our overall economic decline. Everything has gotten more expensive. You see insurance rates are going through the roof. People that are going to get groceries. I spoke with a woman in Iowa, and she said, you know, for the first time in my life, I'm having to take things out of my grocery cart when I get to the checkout line because the total goes up so quickly. So this is very real, and people are hurting out there. So we've got to address the underlying problem with Bidenomics, the overspending, taking all Biden's rules and regulations. I'm going to throw them in the trash can on day one. You're not going to have to worry about that. We're going to open up all of our energy. We will be energy dominant in this country. That will lower your gas prices. And what we need to do with health care is recognize our health care is putting patients at the back of the bus. We have big pharma, big insurance, and big government, and we need to tackle that and have more power for the people and the doctor-patient relationship.
Governor, why is your record in Florida on insurance worse than the national average?
Our state's a dynamic state. We've got a lot of folks that come. Of course, we've had a population boom. We also don't have a lot of welfare benefits in Florida. You know, we're basically say this is a field of dreams. You can do well in the state, but we're not going to be like California and have massive numbers of people on government programs without work requirements. We believe you work and you got to do that, and so that goes for all the welfare benefits. And you know what that's done, Stuart? Our unemployment rate is the lowest amongst any big state. We have the highest GDP growth amongst any big state, and even CNBC,
This is the quickest I've ever seen him
ranked Florida
on a kind
the
of
number one
unexpected
economy
question.
in America.
It's too bad that nothing that happens at this debate matters. Because the nomination's already locked up.
Healthcare is the leading cause of bankruptcy for American families, accounting for 2/3 of all personal bankruptcies. As president, how you protect Americans who get sick from financial ruin?
First of all, how can we be the best country in the world and have the most expensive health care in the world? We have an issue. My mom was in the hospital, and when she was in the hospital, they tried to bring her a couple of Tylenol, and she said, I don't need it. And they said, honey, go ahead and take it because you're paying for it anyway. Why is it that when we got the bill, the insurance company and the hospital negotiated the bill for her without her having anything to do with it? When I am president, we will break all of it, from the insurance company to the hospitals, to the doctor's offices, to the PBMs, to the pharmaceutical companies. We will make it all transparent, because when you do that, you will realize that's what the problem is. Second thing is you've got to deal with tort law. The doctors don't give you the 10 tests because they want to. It's because of the 90% chance they'll get sued. And then we need to bring competition back to healthcare, get rid of certificate of need systems, and make sure that they can compete. We have to put the patient.
Is she running for Congress or is she running for the president?
Right. Yeah. You know,
and once we
this
give
is
the
an issue with both her answers and Ron's last answer. Is
which plan
they were
want,
actually quite good and substantive and, you know, in the weeds, and that doesn't often serve a presidential campaign.
The president can't do it.
The president can't do it. I mean, he could lead. He could.
They have the purse strings.
Yeah, he could push around the Capitol Hill, but yeah, that's a good point.
I will say, about why do we have the most expensive health
excuse me,
care
Tim.
in the
I have to
world?
ask you. Tim.
It's because the federal government got involved the same way they did with EVs, and they said we're going to subsidize a particular kind of software back in 2008 under Obama, and they said, hey, we're going to do this. It's going to make everyone more productive. All of you that are watching have been to a doctor's office when the doctor's got his back to you and their hands on a keyboard. The only industry in the world that's ever absorbed $1 trillion of IT and became less productive. They saw less patients per day is U.S. healthcare because they were subsidizing a certain kind of technology. It wasn't about improving healthcare. It was about picking winners and losers. Every time the federal government's involved, whether it's higher education, healthcare, or now the auto industry, things get more expensive and less competitive.
Slay King.
But he could provide that balance to Trump that we thought Ron would.
Right. Yeah, no, you know, it's not the craziest idea.
I know.
Republican debate rolls on.
He's also extremely rich.
I got to say this about healthcare, man. People are going to Mexico for healthcare. For real.
man.
These people are like, everyone's going to Canada. No, they're going to Mexico, dude.
That was you.
I went to Mexico for my hip problem, and it's because it's cheaper, faster, and better. So my hip screwed up from a repetitive sports injury. I call around these doctors. You get we don't take your insurance. We don't take your insurance. And I'm just like, this is the craziest thing. Michael, I have to say this. Yeah. I am rich, and I cannot go to a doctor. And this pissed me off.
That's insane.
It is. I called. We have insurance. I have insurance. We have the employees here have insurance. And I called the doctor, and I was like, yeah, I'm having an issue. Sports injury. We don't accept your insurance. And I'm like, I'll just pay you the money. Yep. And they're like, no, you can't do that. And I'm like, are you kidding me?
I have money in my hand. I want to give it to you.
Call around. I find a specialist. They say, can you come in 2 weeks? And I'm like, this is nuts, man. I'm like, I want to get back to skating as soon as I can, and I need to make sure, I need to know if this is like, I need surgery, is it a serious injury, is it a tear, or is it like, take aspirin and you're old, right? And combination of the both. It wasn't a tear, but it's I skate too much. I've seriously screwed my hip. I've been falling for 20 years. Slamming it over and over and over again causes like fluid to build up.
That's why I only razor blade. I don't. That's why
razor
I don't
blade.
Yeah, razor. Is that what they're called?
Rollerblade.
A rollerblade. Yeah, that's when you mix it up with that scooter too.
So we have all that stuff. We have BMX, we have bikes, we have scooters, we have blades. But so I get some advice from a good health, a trusted health professional friend who says Cellular Performance Institute. They're in Tijuana, and I hit them up, and they're like, "We can have you out in 2 days. Immediately get your MRIs done. Immediately get a doctor consultation, and give you the general treatments in a matter of days after diagnosis." And so the good news is I did not need a hip injection. I actually just needed I just got a generalized treatment, and they were like, look, you've got like traumatic hip injury we have no recommendation for you. Just, like, we're going to give you a general revitalization. I got like IV, NAD, stem cells in general. And it took 1 week. Luke was there. I was there with my girlfriend. And it was day 1, MRIs done. In the United States, it was, can you come in 2 weeks for a consultation? After the consultation, we'll schedule your MRIs for a week later. Once your MRIs come back a few days after that, then we'll start discussing treatment plans. All in all, maybe in 3 or 4 months, we'll give you a general treatment for, and I'm like...
That's crazy. So are we going to start running across the border the other direction?
They do.
Well, how is that experience for Mexicans?
In terms of getting healthcare?
Is it actually cheaper, faster, better? I mean, I believe you that it's cheaper and faster, but is it better quality?
Yes. So the Cellular Performance Institute is the state-of-the-art, highest-end research, and the issue is that the amount of time and money it takes to go through clinical trials in the United States is prohibitive.
Yeah.
And so you've got research coming out of universities that's been tested, been done, it works, but now we got to do our multi-layered test in the United States. You've got revolving door policies, you've got whose wheels are getting greased, things like this. So, but let's not even talk about the experimental medical stuff. Dental care.
Yeah.
They do platelet-rich plasma. I think it's called.
Yeah, PRP.
So here's what happens. After you get, say, like a filling or a root canal or whatever it is you got to do, your gums are all messed up. They're sore. A few days later, you're mostly fine. What they do in Mexico is they extract your blood, take platelet-rich plasma, and inject it around the site, which rapidly increases healing. They don't, my understanding is typically you don't get that here in the United States. Yeah. Not only that, it's like a couple $100, whereas like in the United States, it's like $1,000, $2,000, $3,000.
In Mexico, of course, they might also sell it, so that while they're in there,
But you go to, like, here's the thing, man.
That's where my mind goes when I think about how healthcare works in other countries. It's just sketchy.
That's not true, though.
That's an American psyop.
Unregulated.
It's an American.
They want you to think everywhere else is scary.
That's fine.
Yep.
Yeah, that's true.
Do you know what time I usually go to the dentist?
When do you go?
2:30.
Ha 2:30. Let me tell you.
Folks.
Let me tell you.
2:30.
I'm sitting in this clinic, in a recliner chair, looking at the beach in Tijuana as dolphins are jumping in the air, and there's a seal on the ground. I'm like, this is nuts.
That's pretty good.
And they bring that you get breakfast and lunch, as you're like getting your IVs, you're getting your blood tests and all that stuff. You're sitting in this chair, and they bring fresh squeezed organic orange juice. All the food they make is organic health food. It's insane. Like, I had a salmon with like glazed onion, and they're like, oh, it's wild fresh salmon. It's like,
I want to go on a teeth cleaning vacation. This sounds
Well, this was a
delightful.
hip problem. This is a
Two big problems with our healthcare system is it's so difficult to become a doctor. It's 15 years of net cost, and then it's the easy that it is to get sick from poisonous food. So you kind of got to not eat the poison is the first step.
We're back. This has even been called education homicide. You say school choice is the answer, but South Carolina, your home state, still has not enacted universal school choice, and even the current expansion won't be fully implemented until 2027.
Wow.
Parents can't wait 4 years for a fix. So what would you do right now?
Well, and school choice isn't the only answer, but I'll tell you it's not out of a lack of trying that we didn't try and get school choice in South Carolina. What I'll tell you, first of all, is we have to acknowledge the fact that 67% of our 8th graders are not proficient in reading or math. Over 80% of our 8th graders aren't proficient in history or civics. And recently they came out and said our 12 and 13-year-olds are scoring at the lowest levels they've been scoring in reading and math in decades. So the first thing we've got to do is we've got to make sure we catch our kids back up. We have to make sure they can read. A child that can't read by 3rd grade is 4 times less likely to graduate high school. We need to do reading remediation. We need complete transparency in the classroom. No parent should ever wonder what's being said or taught to their child in the classroom. We need to make sure that we have school choice so that there's competition. We need to move all the programs in the federal government down to the states and let states decide what education looks like in their states. And we need to start building things in America again. Let's put vocational classes back in our high schools, and let's get our kids building the things that we know that we can make. When we start to focus on that and really bring in that parental involvement, that's when we'll start to see a difference. But we've got to get parents back included. We've got to quit spending time on this DEI and CRT and instead focus on financial literacy, on digital literacy, and on making sure that our kids know what they need to do to have the jobs of the next generation.
On the subject of education, a question for Governor Christie. Students in your state are getting high marks on their report cards. But minorities are not doing well with math and reading. Black and Hispanic students averaging 29 points lower than white students in New Jersey. Would you address minorities first?
You have to address all students. And look, in our state,
I don't want to take the bait, Stuart. Thank you.
Before I was governor, that
was waiting for him to pull an empanada from the podium and take a bite.
And what we did was institute more charter schools and more Renaissance schools and more public school choice in New Jersey with innovative solutions in cities like Camden, where now we took what was the worst school district in America during my time, and we have now increased that by nearly 40% in terms of their proficiency. It can be done when you give people choice. But let's tell the truth to everybody about what this is. This public school system is no longer run by the public. It is run by the teachers' unions in this country. Randy Weingarten and her crew are absolutely strangling. They are taking the worst of their members and defending them rather than advocating for our kids. And when you have the President of the United States sleeping with a member of the teachers union, there is no chance that you could take the stranglehold away from the teachers union every day. They have an advocate inside the White House every day for the worst of their teachers, not for our students to be the best they can be. A President of the United States has to take on the teachers union. I did it in New Jersey, and I will do it as President of the United States.
Governor DeSantis, I have a question. Governor DeSantis, I have a question for you.
Are you guys having trouble seeing?
Florida's new
he won't shut up. Oh my God.
Slaves develop skills which in some instances could be applied for their personal benefit. You have said
they cut his
slaves
mic.
develop skills
They cut it way down.
Not because of it.
Or it might be in
But
one of the other
many
mics.
It's the ambient mic.
Yep.
Yeah, wow.
Ambient sound.
For the sentence of slaves, this is personal. What is your message to them?
So first of all, that's a hoax that was perpetrated by Kamala Harris. We are not going to be doing that. Second of all, that was written by descendants of slaves. These are great Black history scholars, so we need to stop playing these games. Here's the deal. Our country's education system is in decline because it's focused on indoctrination, denying parents' rights. Florida represents the revival of American education. We're ranked #1 in the nation in education by U.S. News and World Report. My wife and I, we have a 6'5" and 3-year-old. This is personal to us. We didn't just talk about universal school choice, we enacted universal school choice. We didn't just talk about Parents' Bill of Rights, we enacted the Parents' Bill of Rights. We eliminated critical race
he gets a lot of credit for COVID, which people aren't going to care about because out of sight, out of mind, but he's best on education, so he's got to
just like President Reagan asked
he had
for in his
a better campaign strategy and been in here and interviewed twice on the show, man, he'd be the front runner. Maybe not the front runner, but he'd be.
Our kids are benefiting.
He'd be doing better than 12%, that's for sure.
It's so sad that he's been underutilized.
It's not just about if he came on this show, it's that if he was willing to come on shows like this,
yeah, totally,
he'd be doing way better.
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
It's not about us, it's about his.
So it's about
long form interviews.
The DeSantis campaign has forbade their staffers and supporters from coming on this show.
Really?
Yep.
We are the greatest nation on earth
Yes,
because
that's crazy.
we
That's
faced
insane.
our demons in the mirror and made a decision.
And people who are
so
friends of
often
ours
we think
who
with
have
all
been on the show already,
issues, you talked about
no
crime
longer can
and
come on.
education and healthcare. We always think that those issues go back to slavery. Here's the challenge, though. Black families survived slavery. We survived poll taxes and literacy tests. We survived discrimination being woven into the laws of our country. What was hard to survive was Johnson's Great Society, where they decided to put money, where they decided to take the black father out of the household to get a check in the mail, and you can now measure that in unemployment, in crime, in devastation. If you want to restore hope, you've got to restore the family, restore capitalism, and put Americans back at work together as one American family. Our nation continues to go in the right direction. It's why I can say I have been discriminated against, but America is not a racist country. Never, ever doubt who we are. We are the greatest country on God's green earth. And frankly, the city on the hill needs a brand new leader. And I'm asking for your vote.
Well, he's really trying. I give him that.
He's trying. He's not going down without a fight.
Over 10.7 million students in
Burgum.
18,000 public schools nationwide have the ability to change their identity without parental notification. Governor Christie told Stewart last week that he would pass a federal law to protect parental rights. Would you try to do the same?
He can really hold
Very
himself
clear
up.
about this. Transgenderism, especially in kids, is a mental health disorder. We have to acknowledge the truth of that for what it is.
There we go,
I met two young women early in this campaign.
Specifically on parental rights in schools.
Parents have the right to know. And you know what the hypocrisy of this is? Even New Hampshire failed to actually get past a piece of legislation here. The very people who say that this increases the risk of suicide are also the ones saying that parents don't have the right to know about that increased risk of suicide.
Wow.
And I'm sorry,
Yeah, wow.
it is not
Good point.
compassionate to affirm a kid's
none of us think of that.
confusion.
That's a good point.
That's not compassion, that is cruelty. I met two young women, Chloe and Katie, early in this campaign, who are in their 20s, now regret getting double mastectomies and a hysterectomy. One of them will never have children. And the fact that we allowed that to happen in this country is barbaric. So I will ban genital mutilation or chemical castration under the age of 18, and parents have absolutely the
Trying to
right.
pass a federal law that says parents should have that right.
We are going to require states absolutely have to follow that through.
Governor Burgum,
We
just to
stand
follow
for
up on
parental
this,
rights.
because
Yes.
you in your state, you do not have a law that says parents can't be notified. But you want to be president. Would you try to pass a federal law to say parents have that right?
I think this is a state's issue, but I do want to say something, because all night long we've been talking about issues about how it's broken in Washington, and I respect all of the people on the stage here for their 100+ years of public service. Thank you. But the reason why we're not talking about education or health care or safety being a problem in North Dakota is because we have a business leader. I've got more experience as a business leader than I think this whole group combined. I know I've created more jobs than everybody else on the stage, thousands of high-paying jobs that have real meaning. So as a business leader, you come in and you treat the taxpayer like a customer. So in North Dakota, instead of fighting with the teachers unions, we actually created a K-12 coordinating council. Everybody gets in the room and the customer is the student.
But you do understand that this is an issue that many people in America really are concerned about, worried about parents and notification in schools.
Yes, and that's why we have 50 platforms of innovation. That's why we have states. There are certain things the federal government is supposed to do. It's not the Department of Education that needs to be assembled. We got to move it back to states.
Chopping
do
kids'
what we did in
genitals
North
off
Dakota.
is
Instead of like, oh, here's a choice
part
school
of
and
the
here's an old,
laboratories
here's
of
an old
democracy
school,
now?
the old way with the teachers
Human
and the
rights
kids are trapped.
under the Constitution.
We made every school in North
It's a
Dakota
federal
an innovation
issue.
school. Every school got out from under the red tape, and the things that help teach the values that we're trying to get, like 4-H, like FFA, like Boy Scouts, they can get credit for all
A rare miss by Berg.
Let me ask.
It's now at the top.
Do Democrats think gay marriage is a states issue?
Right, exactly.
No, sorry.
It was like he was fouling it off, and then he just struck out.
Against LGBTQ plus people
I'm off
is on the
Bergam.
rise.
You let me down.
It's dead to me.
Bergam
I'm back to
has
Christie.
come to a stop.
I mostly have
Members of
sympathy
that
for
community
Christie.
are
I like this.
Trump
Christie
more likely
2024.
to be victims of violent
I
hate
think
crimes.
his willingness to wear that hair like that the entire tenure of
from
VP
violent
was.
attacks and discrimination.
Got to give him props.
Well, as President of the United States, I'll stand up for the safety and the civil liberties of every American.
Oh, you're so honorable.
From every background. And I want the American people to know that. But I want to answer the question as well, Dana, that you just asked of Bergam. Because by way of full disclosure, Chris, you mentioned the president's situation. My wife isn't a member of the teachers union, but I got to admit, I've been sleeping with a teacher for 48 years. And for full disclosure,
Giving me the heebie-jeebies.
look, education is a state and local function. The state of Indiana had one of the very first school choice programs in the country.
I should have brought my
And when I was governor of the state of Indiana, we did it.
We got it funny if after Mike Pence made that whole big thing about I don't go on dinner dates with other women.
When the Lynn community schools in Iowa,
I've been sleeping with every teacher in America. Can't get enough of them.
permission slip from your parents to get a Tylenol, but you could get a gender transition plan without notifying your parents. I weighed in with a foundation. That's not bad policy. That's crazy. We're going to stand up for the rights of parents, and we're going to pass a federal ban on transgender chemical or surgical surgery anywhere in the country. We've got to protect our kids from this radical gender ideology agenda, and we've got to empower parents at the state level with the ability to choose where their kids go to school, whether it's
Poorly
public,
articulated,
private,
but I
parochial, or
agree.
homeschool.
Yeah, and he was
empower
smart
parents
to just
and our
redirect and say,
schools
I just want to talk about
will straighten up
transgenderism.
and
You know, that's
reflect
going to.
our
So that was
values and focus on
least
the
a smart
basics
pivot.
faster than you could possibly imagine.
Next subject.
Yes, someone in the chat mentioned no one interrupts him.
China is
but they interrupt Vega all the time.
China is investing. If you talk over everybody, we lose time.
That Tim
China
Scott
is
again?
investing heavily in their tech companies. $280 billion every year on semiconductor research and development. That is one CHIPS Act per year. Governor DeSantis, you say companies like Google and Meta have too much power. Doesn't going after them give China an edge?
No, I think you look at how our society's developed. They have huge amount of power over our society. They've cracked down on free speech. We're not saying you don't want them to do business, but you want it to be a free market. And right now, they're monopolies. This issue of China, I think, is really going to be fundamental. We have subcontracted out so much of our national needs to the CCP. We rely on them for a whole host of issues. We need to reshore and we need to decouple all those important industries. We need to get that back in the United States. They are our top geopolitical adversary by a country mile. Xi Jinping's got huge ambitions, not only in the Asia Pacific, but as you mentioned earlier, in our region. But ultimately, we've got to beat them on the economy. And so that's what we'll do as President of the United States.
Governor Christie, I wanted to follow up on this because 22% of American workers fear their jobs will be lost to a robot. And you said in the past that the free market is the way to go. Would you retrain workers who lose a job to artificial intelligence, and to do what?
Well, look, what I think artificial intelligence offers us is an extraordinary opportunity to expand well beyond the productivity that we have now, and to have Americans be able to be involved in that revolution, Dana. You know, each time we have shown incredible innovation and progress in this country. What we've done with it is to expand all kinds of new, even unthought of opportunities
AI
for
will
folks.
give us the
Yes, we
French
have to do
work week.
retraining for folks who lose some of their jobs, and we should be doing that. And we should have more training available both at the county college level and the local level for people to be able to access it. So yes, I would be in favor of that. But this is a much bigger issue than that. We can't be afraid of innovation. America has been the great innovator of this world over the last 250 years, a technological innovator, a manufacturing innovator, and a freedom and governmental innovator. And that's why America has to continue to stand strong in the world, pro-innovation, pro-progress. And I will tell you this, as President of the United States, what I will do is to make sure that every innovator in this country gets the government the hell off its back and out of its pocket so that it can innovate and bring great new inventions to our country that will make everybody's lives better.
Elon announced tonight at midnight he's going to stream a tier 99 Nightmare Dungeon speedrun on Diablo.
Who's doing that?
Elon Musk.
I wonder what class he is. Let's take bets on what class.
It's a stress test for X live stream.
My guess is he's a sorcerer. They're just too, the range is too good.
Ooh, he's hanging out with Jake Paul.
So the answer is I have a radical idea for the Republican Party. We need to win elections. And part of how we win elections is reaching the next generation.
Hanging out with Jake Paul.
Yes, they are. So when I get into office, I've been very clear. Kids under the age of 16 should not be using addictive social media.
Yes.
We're only going to ever get to declaring independence from China.
Be who he is if he didn't have social media.
Maybe that's what he was talking
While
about.
the Democrats are running rampant, reaching the next generation 3-1, there's exactly one person in the Republican Party which talks a big game about reaching young people, and that's me. And let me level with all of you. I'm the new guy here, and so I know I have to earn your trust. What do you see? You see a young man who's in a bit of a hurry, maybe a little ambitious, bit of a know-it-all, it seems at times. I'm here to tell you, no, I don't know it all. I will listen. I will have the best people, the best and brightest in this country, whatever age they are, advising me. We will be probably many of the people on this stage included. That's how I built my companies. I want to be challenged. I want people who disagree with me. That's what makes America great, because we're not a perfect nation. We're founded on the pursuit of perfection. That is what makes America great.
TikTok is the product of the Chinese Communist election.
I have to jump in here. I'm sorry. There's one person on this.
This is infuriating because TikTok is one of the most dangerous social media apps that we could have. And what you've got, I honestly, every time I hear you, I feel a little bit dumber for what you say. Because
that was stupid.
Situation. What they're doing is these 150 million people are on TikTok. That means they can get your contacts, they can get your financial information, they can get your emails, they can get text messages, they can get all of these things.
This is
China
very important for our
exactly
party.
what they're doing.
This is very important for our party, and I'm going to say
you've gone and you've helped China make medicines in China, not America. You're now wanting kids to go and get on the social media that's dangerous for all of us.
He never said
you
that.
went and you were in business with the Chinese that gave Hunter Biden $5 million. We can't trust you. We can't trust you. We can't have TikTok in our kids' lives. We need to ban it.
Mr. Ramaswamy, you have 15 seconds.
I think, excuse me.
You have 15 seconds, Mr. Ramaswamy.
Thank you. I think we would be better served as a Republican Party if we're not sitting here hurling personal insults and actually have a legitimate debate about policy following Reagan's 11th Amendment in his honor. And the answer is that is what actually makes our country strong. And I believe in these people. These are good people on the stage.
Except for Nikki. He clearly hates Nikki, man.
Stuart, can we get back?
He said,
Feeling seems muted.
okay, no, dude. Vivek said he doesn't want teenagers on addicted social media. She goes, you want kids on TikTok?
Yep.
Wow, Nikki.
No, that was a
has
low
ordered
blow
assassinations
from Haley.
across Europe, cheated on arms control treaties with the U.S., and seeks to work with China to force our decline. President Reagan believed that if you want to prevent a war, you better be prepared to fight one. Today, the Republican Party is at odds over aid to Ukraine. The price tag so far is $76 billion. But is it in our best interest to degrade Russia's military for less than 5% of what we pay annually on defense, especially when there are no U.S. soldiers in the fight?
It's in our interest to end this war, and that's what I will do as president. We are not going to have a blank check. We will not have U.S. troops, and we're going to make the Europeans do what they need to do. But they've sent money to pay bureaucrats' pensions and salaries and funding small businesses halfway around the world. Meanwhile, our own country is being invaded. We don't even have control of our own territory. We have got to defend the American people before we even worry about all these other things. And I watch these guys in Washington, D.C., and they don't care about the American people. They don't care about the fentanyl deaths. They don't care about the communities being overrun because of this border. They don't care about the Mexican drug cartels. So as Commander-in-Chief, I will defend this country's sovereignty.
But it's not a territorial dispute. It's never been a territorial dispute.
And 90% of the resources that we send over to Ukraine is guaranteed as a loan. It is not 90% of the money that we send over there is loan. Well, we can talk about this, but at the end of the day, 90% of the money that we send over there is actually in the form of a loan.
Wow.
We're not getting it back.
We're obviously not getting it back. That's an amazing position to stake out there. No, more funding for Ukraine.
Let's debate the fact that our national vital interest is in degrading the Russian military.
No,
degrading the Russian military, we actually keep our homeland safer, we keep our troops at home, and we all understand Article 5 of NATO.
We have to level with the American people.
I thought you said something about waiting until your turn to talk. So hold on. So at the end of the day, I'm going to finish my. I'll be happy to do
Go ahead and I'll respond.
I'll look forward to this one right now. So at the end of the day, when you think about the fact that if you want to keep American troops at home, attack on NATO territory would bring us and our troops in. By degrading the Russian military, we reduce, if not eliminate, an attack on NATO territory.
Finish that exchange. We have to level with the American people. We have to level with the American people on this issue. The reality is just because Putin is Putin's an evil dictator does not mean that Ukraine is good. This is a country that has banned 11 opposition parties. That has actually that is not true. We're just
Haley.
Excuse me, if you had a chance.
I forgot you like China. That's not your.
You like China.
Personal insults isn't helping. China is the real enemy, and we're driving Russia further into China's arms.
I like really
we need a reasonable peace plan to end this, especially this is a country whose president just last week was hailing a Nazi.
Oh, they won't shut up.
They
clearly think he's a threat.
To take Taiwan.
We need
a
peace
comes through strength.
We need a reasonable plan to peace.
Governor Christie.
The Communist Party of China is the real enemy.
Governor Christie. Governor Christie.
I just want to eat more Krispy Kremes.
Have brought China, Russia, and Iran closer together. Are we focused too much on Ukraine and not enough on this threat from the New World Order?
No, they're all connected, Stuart. They're all connected.
Based?
The Chinese are paying for the Russian war in Ukraine. The Iranians are supplying more sophisticated weapons, and so are the North Koreans now as well, with the encouragement of the Chinese. The naivete on this stage from some of these folks is extraordinary. Look, I understand people want to go and talk to Putin. Guess what? So did George W. Bush. So did Barack Obama. So did Donald Trump. And so did Joe Biden when he said a small invasion wouldn't be so bad. Every one of them has been wrong. And the fact of the matter is, we need to say right now that the Chinese-Russian alliance is something we have to fight against, and we are not going to solve it by going over and cuddling up to Vladimir Putin.
Trump also wasn't wrong.
Trump said Vladimir Putin
didn't invade it further into any countries while Trump was president. His strategy actually worked perfectly.
Who is murdering people in his own country, and now not having enough blood, he's now going to Ukraine to murder innocent civilians and kidnap 20,000 children.
I'm so glad that Tucker allowed
Republicans
to say, like, I'm not
give him any of Ukraine, next will be Poland. This is a guy who said, this is a guy in 1991 who said that was the darkest moment in world history when the Soviet Union fell. Listen, everybody, he wants to put the old band back together, and only America can stop it. And when I'm president, we will.
Governor Burgum, I want to get to Governor Burgum. He hasn't had a chance. I have
Me
a
too.
question I think you're going to.
Is he going to win you back?
Or at least you have experience in it. And we need to talk about America's farmers because there is a foreign policy connection here. The U.S. and China are in this fierce economic competition. It's hurting American businesses, and there is blowback against American farmers because China then targets them in retaliation. How would you, as president, protect American farmers and ranchers from that kind of retaliation from a foreign government like China?
Well, first of all, we've got the best farmers and ranchers in the world right here in America. If they have a level playing field, they can outcompete anyone in the world. But this is part of the larger issue that we're talking about here, which is we're in a Cold War with China. The Biden administration won't admit that. But we're also in an economic war through what we're doing with agriculture and energy. And we're also in a war with them relative to cyber war. We get attacked every day in North Dakota, every state, every school district, our tribes, all being attacked every day by either China, Russia, Iran, or North Korea. And now we've got a Biden administration whose whole policy is appeasement. They're out there, creating the world, making it less safe. $6 billion they traded for 5 people. They've just now set a price on anyone's head who's a tourist from America, who's a student from America, for kidnapping. If you want more kidnapping, put a price on it. And then they're also helping Iran get to have more closer to nuclear weapon, which pushes all of the Middle East closer to China and Russia. The whole thing is absurd. And then, of course, we're going to give Ukraine to Russia, and then we're going to give Taiwan to China, and think that's a foreign policy. That will make our nation less successful, make us more poor. And at the core of all that is energy policy, because China imports 10 million barrels of oil a day. They're the largest importer in the world, and we've had 4 cabinet members from the Biden administration there this summer, and none of them talked about U.S. energy. The first one to go to each of those countries was Kerry, to talk about the folly of the climate policy, which is making the world less stable. It's empowering dictators. It's not about climate change that we need worried about. It's about the Biden climate policies that are actually the existential threat to America's future.
Thank you.
Can I speak about
Governor Haley. Mexico's
He didn't win me back with that one.
We've got scotch.
Yeah, I know.
Sending U.S. military into the country.
More sophisticated than Lauren was here.
Scoundrels. Mexico is the United States' most important trade partner and border security. You say you will send special operations to attack the cartels in Mexico. So, this means boots on the ground, drone strikes.
It means special operations. It's how we deal with our terrorists. And what you need to do is understand that Mexico's not being a good partner if we lost 75,000 Americans last year. Mexico's not being a good partner if they're letting the cartels get away with what they're getting away with. What we will do is we will make sure that we send in our special operations, and we will take out the cartels, we'll take out their operations, we'll take out anything that's doing it. But we're going to go after China, because China is the one sending the fentanyl in the first place. And we will end all normal trade relations until China stops sending fentanyl. And then we'll do the special
She's literally just saying,
operations,
she just said that she wants to send special
This is where President Trump went wrong. He focused on trade with China. He didn't focus on the fact that they were buying
that's more reasonable than Ukraine.
He didn't focus on the fact that they were killing Americans.
I don't really care what she
on the fact
says.
that they
I
were
just don't want
stealing
a female
$600 billion
president.
in intellectual property. He didn't focus
She
on the
looks
fact
like
that
she's
they put a
amazed
spy base off our
constantly with her
shores in
eyebrows.
Cuba. They didn't focus enough on the fact that all of our law enforcement drones in America are Chinese, and we've got all these little surveillance cells. We need to start focusing on what keeps Americans safe. That hasn't happened in a long time. As your president, I will make sure every American is safe, and we'll do whatever it takes to make that
Michael
happen.
is a man of finer tastes. He went for the Lafroig 27.
This is great. This is
that's a good one.
This is much better than this debate.
Auditioning for
I know, that's why I offered
the United States. You want to earn these
You see,
votes.
Crowder has taken on kind of like what you guys do
During the
backstage.
presidential debates
The backstage
in the year 2000.
kind of. They just started one that's very similar to backstage.
Was asked
We got to sue him.
about Yet, just 1
Here we
year
go
later,
again.
Congressman
Callan and a
September
couple other
11th
people.
claimed nearly 3,000 lives. And the farther we get from September 11th, the closer we are to September 10th. Senator Scott, you have no executive branch experience. What has prepared you to protect the nation from a major man-made national security crisis?
One of the things I've had the
was it
good fortune
cranberry
of doing
bacon
is serving
bison?
on committees in the United States Senate, like the Senate Armed
bacon.
Services Committee. I'm on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, also on the Finance Committee and the Banking Committee. Talk about addressing the issue of fentanyl. I've written the legislation, passed it through the Banking Committee and the Senate that would freeze the assets and sanction the accounts of the Mexican cartels. There are weapons that we have within the arsenal that I was able to get past 23-0 in the polarizing Senate as it is. I've also understood without question the fact that if you look at the details before 9/11, there was information and intelligence that was available that suggested an attack was coming. having the right intelligence partners with us is key to making sure that we prevent the next 9/11 from ever happening. Having that experience for the last 10 years is really important in getting the job done.
You want to increase domestic spying in response to September 11th.
Well, I think you asked a question about executive experience. I think it's vitally important.
Increase the security apparatus.
I'm saying before you today,
obviously,
for president,
and more money to
This country's in a lot of trouble.
And the FBI and the NSA and
you
the
hear
CIA.
the fire on the stage tonight. You hear the fire in all of our voices. And it's because Joe Biden is weak in this country, at home and abroad. This is a time for those of us that have the experience, the tested experience, and a commitment to the conservative agenda that Ronald Reagan brought forward in this party of a strong national defense, standing with our allies, standing up to our enemies, supporting limited government and traditional values, need to step forward.
Understood.
Because, frankly, our party does face a time for choosing, as I said at the top of this debate.
Yeah, right.
Whether we're going to stand on the foundation of that conservative agenda that Ronald Reagan poured, or whether we're going to follow the siren song of populism on board to conservative principles. I'm the most experienced, most qualified, and most
encapsulates Trump's ability
in this field,
to hire.
and I'm ready to lead.
That is Trump's worst mistake right there.
Choosing to go to a break. Ilya. We need to go to a commercial break where Reagan built
Yo,
a
Jack Masubik's got a really good tweet. He says, over 1 hour in and not one candidate has even mentioned the Biden DOJ weaponizing the power of the state to take down its top opponent. Look, man, I like Vivek, but if I was on that stage, I'm sorry. Anybody who watches this show, like, you know exactly what I'd be talking about. I would, the first thing they'd say, we have an immigration crisis at the border. As president, what would you do? Out! You gotta go. You can't stay. You came here illegally. We're gonna get you on a nice bus. We're gonna send you back to Mexico. Mexico can deal with it. They broke into Mexico, or they're from Mexico. They come here, well, they go back to Mexico. I don't hate the people. I got no beef. In fact, I respect their drive to come to the greatest country on this planet. Sorry, but you can't stay. Apply legally. We'll welcome you in due time so we can adequately and properly handle the economics. Next point. As president, all prosecution, anybody who engaged in a prosecution or sedition against the previous president will face criminal prosecution. Next question. I'm done. They're up there and they're being like, well, let's have a debate on the merits of China. Dude, we get it.
They're arresting the opposition leader, man. You know, like.
We can talk about China.
Yeah.
We can talk about China. We'd say, yes, we realize China's a threat. Next question. Well, what would you do about it? The first thing I would do is stop the psychopaths who are dissolving Trump's business, falsely accusing him of rape, prosecuting his lawyers. Do you think anyone in this country right now, look, what they're trying to do is they're trying to, this is the problem with conservative voters, or I shouldn't, it's the right, it's that there's this hope and this belief that if you just
Oh, bro, you're not going to corpse camp me, buddy.
It goes back to normal.
Mm-hmm.
Not the case.
Not going to happen.
So what's going to happen is, after Trump is gone, you've now proven they can wield these tactics against anyone who stands in their way.
Yeah. This is what is so funny about this thing tonight is there were some good answers. I think DeSantis is doing a good job relative to the last one. I think Nikki's relative. Yeah, but relative is the key word for all of this here. Nikki started out strong against her opponents. She got weaker throughout. Same thing with Tim Scott. Even Burgum lost me. He lost me, even Doug Burgum.
Yeah.
But the reason I say relative is none of it matters because none of their names is Donald John Trump, who is 50 points ahead of everybody.
But they could make it matter. It's just what they're doing is your run-of-the-mill, blah, blah, blah political debate.
Yeah.
What did Donald Trump do? I will arrest Hillary Clinton.
Yeah.
He didn't do it. He didn't. And so you go up on that stage, and what do people want to hear? Well, look, what they're trying to do, all of these people, I imagine most of them, don't actually believe a word they say. What actually happens is the consultants come in and say, if you go with these talking points, you'll cast a wider net than Ron DeSantis will. So that's why Nikki Haley was like, you want to get kids on the TikTok. You literally said we should not allow them on TikTok, and then you just said nonsense because they don't actually believe or care about whatever it is they're talking about.
There also appears to be just real personal animosity now, which there wasn't at the last debate, I think. So this is the part that I really like about the campaign season, is when they actually start to just like hate each other and they can't keep it in anymore, because I just want something unexpected. I want some sign of life or an organic reaction to human beings. And so you're starting to see that a little bit here, but it still seems like play acting to me. I mean,
agreed.
For someone at 6% to say, when I'm president of the United States, you know, give me a break.
You know what answer I would appreciate more than any one of these answers? When asked, right now, Donald Trump, the former president, is facing multiple indictments. There is an investigation into the son of the president, which may involve the president himself. How would you respond? When Ian says, I'd pardon all of them so we can end the animosity and fighting, while I disagree with it, it's a real answer.
Yeah.
It's not well, you got to understand, these investigations need to be played out. And the American people, no. Ian will tell you what he wants to do, even if you don't like what he wants to do.
Yeah.
These people will tell you wishy-washy BS nonsense and waste our time.
They should be talking about hydrogen fuel, the evolution of our fuel systems. They should be talking about graphene and the industrialization that we
Not
They should
one
be talking
question about graphene all night. Can you imagine?
It's not one.
It's saddening.
We're here in California, where gas is nearing $6 a gallon. Oil is close to $100 a barrel again. You say, drill, baby, drill.
That was good timing, actually.
Mr. Ramaswamy, how would you bring down prices without immediate drilling?
Well, look, I think that we do have to run through the courts and get through that administrative state to make sure we're using the natural resources here at home. But here's the other thing that we can do that's easy,
forever, Mr. Ramaswamy.
and it addresses the national debt as well as
Ian,
brings
did you
down
coin
prices.
Vivek the snake?
Put people
It's funny
back
because it gets them to correctly pronounce
We are
his name.
using taxpayer money to pay people more to stay at home than to go to work.
Yep.
That is wrong. That contributes to our supply chain crisis. It contributes to inflation. That's the easiest way to unlock this economy. And here's the other thing. We have to put the Federal Reserve back in its place. This is an agency that has gone rogue. So in January 2026, when I have the opportunity as their next commander-in-chief, we will have a new chairman of the Federal Reserve who places priority on dollar stability and then, most importantly, send packing 75% of the administrative state, reduce the federal employee headcount by 75%, rescind 50% of unconstitutional federal regulations that are shackling businesses, both large and small. I've offered a very clear, practical plan to do it. That's how we unleash the economy.
See,
That's
this is
how
what's
we
refreshing
revive
about
the
him
integrity of
is
a three-branch
all these other candidates are just repeating the same old crap from the 80s. And what Trump did in 2016 was he had a new plan, and Vivek's got a new plan.
Trump also called people
I think one of the signature accomplishments
for real, though.
Only Rosie
in just a
O'Donnell.
few short years.
Excuse me.
Rosie's in a perpetual
Energy
frown.
independence. We became a net exporter of energy for the first time in 75 years.
Under Trump?
But on day one,
you didn't do that.
Joe Biden declared a war on energy, which was no surprise because when Joe Biden ran for president, he said he was going to end fossil fuels. And they've been working overtime to do that ever since. If I'm president of the United States, we're going to open up federal lands. We're going to unleash American energy. We're going to have an all-of-the-above energy strategy. And I have a plan that actually would not only reclaim energy independence, but in 2006, America lost our position as the leading energy producer on Earth. I believe in the
Jack
next 10 years...
says, credit where it's due, this is one of the most entertaining model UN debates I've ever seen. Nice.
Vivek has such model UN vibes.
They all do.
Governor, your reaction to that, please.
The person who's leading an energy state, could I answer the energy question?
Yes, you can, Doug.
No.
So, you know, the first thing I'll say is
Wait,
what
what?
I saw at the United Nations is energy security is national security.
He
We need a
is
president that
off
understands
the hook
we
tonight.
have
She
to
is
partner with
crazy.
our producers and make sure that we have their
Yeah.
backs. What you don't need
What
is a
is
president
this?
who is against energy independence. Ron DeSantis is against fracking.
I think this
He's
hurts her.
against drilling.
Yeah.
Because
He's
she
been
was in the
against-
last
You
debate, she was
did
the
it.
stable
He
adult.
always talks about
And
what
she
happens
started
on
out
day
that way
one.
here.
You
Yeah,
better
now
watch
she's, like,
out,
really
because
going
what
after
happens on
people.
day
Yeah, now
two
she's
is
the
when
crazy
you're in
lady.
trouble. Day
Yeah.
2 in Florida,
I don't think
you
this is
banned
gonna help her.
fracking,
You
you
know
banned
what she's going
offshore
for?
drilling, you did it on federal land.
She's going for the act erratically. That way, when they criticize you, you can claim they're sexist.
I just did a plan out in West Texas for American energy dominance. We're going to choose Midland over Moscow. We're going to choose the Marcellus over the Mullahs, and we're going to choose Bakken over Beijing. And we are going to lower your gas prices. We are going to get that job done because it's important for our national security. It's important for jobs, and that's one of the best ways to drive down inflation.
I've written lines that I was waiting because I thought they'd kill, but...
So have you noticed that Ron's smiling a bit when he's not talking? You mentioned that? It's because the last debate he did that weird, like wince, and it went viral.
Not only that,
You're
but
not-
it still
you're-
looks like they didn't vote on
You're totally wrong. They voted it in. That's what we did. onshore, we do it in Florida. We don't
Said
have as much as maybe West Texas. That was a constitution. So that's just wrong. And let's just get real here. My plan will get the job done. We are going to be energy dominant, and that's what's going to happen.
Why are they debating? I don't know. Trump's falling at like 72%.
So
for real, it's crazy.
It's like the vice president.
We cannot talk over each other. We must.
Except Trump's so vindictive. He's not going to pick any of them. Maybe Vivek or something.
Governor DeSantis, this is your question. The Biden administration is hell-bent on student loan forgiveness. But you say colleges should be on the hook when graduates cannot pay their debt. How does that address the cost of college? The cost of college itself?
Because the colleges are going to have to make a decision. Do we expand the gender studies department, knowing some of those graduates may not have great learning opportunities? No, they're going to focus on the things that really matter. They're going to make different choices. They're going to try to graduate people in 4 years. I also just want to come back to something Dana asked last segment about 9/11, because I was just at the 9/11 memorial with the families. My wife and I were invited. It's very touching to be there, and it affected my life because I ended up joining the military as a result of that. I had been a blue-collar kid.
Ears are really
in Dunedin, Florida.
compared to his face.
I end up getting through Yale and Harvard Law School, and somehow
someone's
came out
gonna
more
make the clip.
conservative than when I went in, and that is not easy to do. Had a lot of opportunities to make money, but I wanted to serve, and I'll never forget coming back on the plane from
That
Iraq,
is interesting.
landing in Coronado,
like
California,
stand out.
North Island,
Yeah,
and feeling the breeze off the Pacific Ocean. Say, you know
Obama was
what?
like that.
I am more lucky to have been born an American, and I think being able to serve, and I'll be the first president elected since 1988 who's actually served overseas in a war. I think that's going to help me as commander-in-chief to know how you see these issues and understand that there are real lives at stake for people that wear the uniform.
And we know that Governor Haley's husband is serving right now as well, and we thank him for that.
Like Dana just preempts the Haley interruption.
The approval rate for Congress is at a mere 19%.
Good.
If this were to business, you'd probably all be fired in Washington, but you're here tonight looking for a promotion. In 2013, Governor Haley hired you for the Senate. I'd like you to tell her why you should be promoted to CEO of the nation
if I was moderating, just insult all of them all the time.
One of the things I'd say is, if you look at our national debt of $33 trillion,
Nikki, you're a shrill awful woman. What do you think about the war?
Have this country pass a balanced budget amendment. That would constrain the spending in Washington in the same fashion that it does in every state in our nation, number one. Number two, if you want to actually reduce our national debt, we have to grow our economy. In order to grow our economy, you need to create about 10 million jobs to grow our economy at 5%. You can do that in 3 specific sectors. Number one, the energy sector. We could create between 3 and 3.5 million jobs if we unleash.
Someone's going to do like a song duet with this clip right here. They say
we're the richest country if you combine coal, gas, and oil. Why not unleash all of our resources? Number two, we've lost 100,000 factories. 100,000 factories in the last 25 years. If we continued on my Made in America plan, we could bring jobs back to America in a similar fashion that we did when I wrote the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. We actually lowered the corporate tax from 35% to 21%, reshored or repatriated $1.7 trillion. We brought the unemployment rates for African Americans, Hispanics, and Asians to the lowest level in the history of the country, and a 70-year low for women.
Governor Haley, would you think you would deserve the promotion over him?
Look, I appreciate Tim. We've known each other a long time, but he's been there 12 years and he hasn't done any of that. He hasn't. They've only given 4 budgets on time in 40 years. He was part of that. He increased the national debt. He voted for the spending. He has made sure that the borders are open and they haven't done anything. Look at everything.
It's okay. I don't know what anyone's saying.
Where have you been?
I'm kind of into it. I'll be real.
Yeah, it's gone very WWE.
It has, and it's really Nikki is the agent of chaos.
I gotta be honest. If I was up there at this point, when everyone's yelling, I'd be like, listen here, everyone's
body slamming.
just go right into WWE.
Big victories for the people of Florida, and that's what it's all about. You can always talk, but when it gets hot in there, when they're shooting arrows at you, are you going to be stand up for parents' rights, keep the state free? Are you going to be able to do all those things? And in the state of Florida, because of our success, the Democratic Party lies in ruins. We have won the big fights. We have turned our state into a Republican state. People respond to leadership.
Like Biden won the debates in 2020, which is, he didn't win it by being soaring and exceptional and spectacular. He just won it by being the least wacky person up there.
That's the way businesses are actually run. Start with zero as the baseline.
I want the lighting fixtures to start collapsing.
Necessary. There isn't a blue state or a red state in this union that does it. The federal government doesn't do it, but successul companies, including the ones that I've built as a CEO,
he's done very well tonight. For all the attacks on him,
the way he speaks, the way he did his hair, all planned. He's going for a cartoonish personality like Trump, I think. Not as silly as Trump is, but he's trying to make a character of himself.
No, that's a good observation.
These other folks on stage, we're already doing it in North Dakota. The border plans they're already talking about. We've got troops down at the border, flying helicopters from San Diego to the Gulf Coast,
down at the border,
trying to stop transnational criminal organizations from inflicting the invasion and the mass casualties in our state. And on the energy policy, we're already doing it. It's not saying when nobody else done the big fights. North Dakota was leading the charge. We won the battle to get the Biden administration, who was ignoring the law. They were the first administration since Truman that wasn't holding the quarterly required lease sales, and we won that in federal court. WOTUS, we won that in federal court. We're fighting the Biden administration on 20 fronts. To say that nobody's fighting the big fights, just look at the record of what we're doing right now. Energy, economy, national security, I've been talking about it since day one, and now finally we're having the conversation about it, but we've got the answer in North Dakota.
Governor Burgum,
I've said it for years. North Dakota
Spirit
the
strength.
Government keeps getting
It's good for
bigger.
Holy Pally, I guess.
1/5 of all new jobs this year have been created by the government. Governor Burgum, you say you want to shrink the size of government, but it has been a century since any president has done that. Why would you be any different?
Well, because we've done it in North Dakota. When I took office, we shrunk the state budget general fund by 27% in the first 4 months I was office, and all the trains still running on time. Why? Because you had a business leader that was actually there. Inside of every government
Mussolini
job,
reference.
there's 10 or 20% of mind-numbing, soul-sucking work that even the state and federal employees don't want to do, and you could engineer that work out of the job. That would free up right there 20% of 2 million civilian employees. And by the way, we've got 10 million jobs open. They'd have plenty to do, and they could be generating taxes instead of being paid by taxes. This is totally possible to do it if you have somebody that understands, because having worked in technology for 30 years, everything we had to do was to be better, faster, and cheaper the next day. That's what we can do in government. That's what we're doing in North Dakota.
All right. Governor DeSantis.
Michael Mallett says, Porky Pig attacks Donald Duck.
I want to ask you about something that I think is on a lot of Republicans' minds. This election could come down to less than 50,000 votes in 3 states.
That's right.
Abortion was on the
Trump can
ballot
win.
in 6 states in 2022. Republicans lost all of them. Next year, abortion will likely be on the ballot in Arizona. That is a must-win state.
I want Nikki Haley to just admit
Governor
she's
DeSantis,
pro-choice.
how are you going to win over independent, pro-choice voters in Arizona?
Same way we did in Florida. We won the greatest Republican victory in a governor's race in the history of the state, over 1.5 million votes. We were winning places like Miami-Dade County, Palm Beach, that nobody thought was possible because we were leading with purpose and conviction. I reject this idea that pro-lifers are to blame for midterm defeats. I think there's other reasons for that. The former president, he's missing in action tonight. He's had a lot to say about that. He should be here explaining his comments to try to say that pro-life protections are somehow a terrible thing. I want him to look into the eyes and tell people who've been fighting this fight for a long time. My wife and I earlier today were at the gravesite of President and Mrs. Reagan, and I noticed that there was a quote where it says, every single person has purpose and worth. We're better off when everybody counts. And I think we should stand for what we believe in. I think we should hold the Democrats accountable for their extremism, supporting abortion all the way up until the moment of birth. That is infanticide, and that is wrong.
Let me ask Governor
That was good. That was real good.
Good answer. That's his best answer of the night.
Do you think the Republicans? Okay,
Calling out
Governor
Trump,
Christie,
too.
do you think the Republicans
it was the only
can do that
effective
in
attack on
Arizona
Trump,
if
I
this
think.
referendum is on the ballot there?
Yeah, because I did it in New Jersey, Dana. You know, it's...
Then why are all these other states losing?
Well, because they don't have leaders in those states who are leading the fight the way it should be led. And in fact,
He needs to stop shaking his head
I was a governor here of the only blue state that's represented.
Dana, I would object to you waking me up.
This is where the fight is really tough for Republicans. And those are the states that we're going to have to try to win if we're going to win the White House back. And what we did was 14 times, Dana, in 8 years, I vetoed Planned Parenthood funding. 14 times. No one else gets it that much. The Democrats just kept sending it to me, and I kept saying no because I believe in life, but I also believe in states' rights. And I think we fought hard against Roe versus Wade for decades to say that states should make these decisions. So we're going to have those fights.
I believe in life, and I believe that California should kill as many babies as they want, because I'm a principled conservative.
You have to be pro-life for the entire
abortion
life,
is a federal
not
issue,
just the
my
9 months in the womb. And we talked a lot about fentanyl tonight, and we haven't spoken one moment about treatment. But we need to make sure that for the drug-addicted 16-year-old on the floor of the county lockup, her life is precious too. And we need to be providing treatment to cure this as a disease that it is. If you're pro-life, you got to be pro-life for the entire life. We start talking like that, they're going to do what I did in the blue state, which was get reelected with 61% of the vote and won 70% of independents and 51% of Latinos because I told them the truth from my heart.
It's a polarized
Vice
issue.
President Pence. The latest Univision poll found that 73% of Latino voters think the Republican Party doesn't care about or is being hostile toward them, the Hispanic community. Only Governor DeSantis has translated his campaign into Spanish.
I like it.
How will you reach out to Latino voters?
Well, I promise you that we're going to continue to build bridges to every community in this country.
I just wish you went out.
And I'm incredibly proud.
All of you, I don't care. Citizens, all of you gone.
Bill. I worked
whoa. Adios. We're only talking about the people here illegally. I don't care where from.
That's not all I'm talking about.
The lowest unemployment for Hispanic Americans. The lowest unemployment ever reported for African Americans. 50
Go home.
Protestants out.
So I think the President of the United States needs to be a champion for the American dream for every American. It begins with the unborn and the aged and the infirm. And it begins with every ethnic group in this country. And I promise you, if I'm President of the United States, I'll be a champion. I'll be a champion for the American dream, for Hispanic Americans, and for everyone.
How base would it be if he was just like, I'm not going to win. Everybody knows it.
Yes.
We're just up here to sell books.
There's no doubt that if you lead by example, it's the best way to get the job done. If you look at my office in the Senate, my Chief of Staff is the only Hispanic female
is this a
Chief
bot?
of Staff
There's no way,
in the
right?
Senate. I hired her because
I don't
she's
think
the
Trump would ever hold a
highest
pen like
qualified
this
person
while he's talking.
we have.
I don't think he would
What
ever
we
do that.
need
I really wish I could be on
leaders
the
who
stage.
Sign of a
lead
great
by
man.
example. And I will
I would be out there and be like,
I
guys,
would love to finish my
no one on the
conversation
stage is
with
going to beat
Nikki as
Trump.
it relates to the
Just say it to the people watching.
Just since everyone's
Nikki
listening to me,
offered
let me
a
talk about my
10%
opinions.
10-cent
No, I'd be like,
tax
I'm voting for Trump. I'm up here to
increase
tell you I'm
South
voting for Trump, and y'all can't beat him.
I'd probably get up there and say,
seen
hey,
a
no one up on the
federal dollar
stage
she
is going to
doesn't
beat
like.
Trump, which is why I'd encourage you
10
to
cents
purchase my
on
book,
the
Speechless,
in
Controlling
South
Words.
Carolina. As
Controlling
the
Minds.
UN ambassador, you literally
The knowledge that I cannot defeat Trump has left me speechless.
It's like
my book.
speechless. I am only here to sell.
subsidized location. Next.
You got bad information. First of all, I fought the gas tax in South Carolina multiple times against the establishment.
Just go to YouTube.
Against the establishment.
Just go to
and
YouTube
you want
and
to know
see
what
for
that
yourself.
10 cent was? When they wouldn't pass the gas tax, the establishment and the companies wanted me to do it so much
You are the
that I said the
establishment,
only way
Randy.
I will
Here's
pass
what you
it
have to
if
do.
you will give us three.
All you have to do is go watch.
He needs to shut his mouth, man.
If you won't give us the deduction and income tax, then I will look at your gas
So you
tax,
said
which
yes,
is why it didn't
you would-
happen.
She
does. She seems so
Secondly,
That gravelly voice.
Secondly, on the curtains, do your homework too, because Obama bought those curtains.
Did you send them back?
It's in the press.
Did you send them back?
It's the State Department.
send them
Did you send them back? You get it done.
He should tell her to calm
They
down.
were there.
This is the point where you need Alex Jones to go.
He should be like, you sound crazy right now.
Dude, this is when Trump would walk in. Yeah, this was actually a movie.
What if all of a sudden the lights go out? Trump walks in. Highest rated show
There's
ever.
pyrotechnics.
We're about to take a commercial break.
Plays that.
More of the second.
He's got to make that happen for the third debate. He's just got to show up.
Library in just a few moments.
Walks in from the back.
The whole stream would like freeze and like All these people will be clicking.
Oh man,
Nikki's half right when she said that she was dumber for having listened to Vivek. The reality is I'm dumber for having listened to all of them.
You know, when she was going after Scott, and it's just the same thing, but they've been sniping at everyone all night. But then when Scott just totally lost even the veneer of civility, he goes, did you send him back? What? What's good? What's good? You send him back or not?
What are you? And then she goes, did you send him back? Did you?
Yeah, just turn around.
Wow.
What are you guys?
That's when I'm like, you need Macho Man to like storm in with a chair and just like,
You guys,
I know you are, but what am I? I know you are.
I think, was it you, Tim, said that
that's like 90s
Vivek's
wrestling. I
too
don't know any
smart?
modern wrestlers.
What do you guys said that Vivek is too smart?
I said he's too smart.
Do you think it's actually he's literally too smart to represent a stupid populace? Like,
Yes.
You need a stupider person to represent.
We've had smart presidents.
Vivek is he's doing really, really well, but my advice to him would be he's trying to target audiences like ours too much. The people who listen to this show are so well read, they correct us in the comments when we get things wrong. If you're trying to get a general swath of as many people as possible, he needs to tone it down a little bit to where the people who watch a show like this understand what he's saying and like, I totally get it. But it's like cake, something simple and easily digestible, not some complicated dish that's super like, actually oatmeal is a better way to put it. You know, like with some brown sugar on top, super easy to make. Everybody gets it, it's oatmeal. Anybody can do it.
The thing about Vivek is an exceptional guy in every way. I mean, this is true when I was in college. He was like known as, even at Yale Law School, best law school in the country, he was like a top guy he was a big man on campus. And he's always been very impressive and exceptional, but everyone knows it.
Yeah.
Whereas someone like Trump has always been more exceptional than just about any public figure in the United States. I mean, whether you love him or hate him, the guy has been a rock star celebrity for 40 years in like 5 industries. He's tried, he was in real estate, then he tries out network TV, becomes the top rated show, then he runs for president, wins on his first try. I mean, it's totally exceptional, but he doesn't seem that way. He seems like a normal guy who eats Big Macs.
He makes it look easy, and Vivek is just, he's very, like, high-strung.
Vivek just reads as the Yale Law School, smart, wealthy guy, which is impressive. But if he could be that guy and eat the Big Macs, that would be dynamite.
Well done steak with ketchup.
That's right.
That's Trump's thing. But this is why
That's
when
disgusting.
Fetterman, I guess someone was super chatting, they got rid of the they reinstated the dress code, like Fetterman stopped wearing shorts and you're a slob. My attitude when it came to Fetterman was, I don't think shorts are appropriate, but I certainly think it's silly that everyone has to wear a suit and like women have to wear dresses or whatever. And it was it's the right being like, no, there has to be a dress code, like blah blah. And like, there's some people who I know that are not even super conservative, but they've become tribal. I'll agree with the right on this for no reason. And I'm like, listen, I agree. The shorts and the hoodie, it's a little bit much. But Donald Trump ate a 30-day dry-aged steak well done with ketchup and was mocked and ridiculed by the press. Why? I love this talking point. Regular people who aren't Michelin chefs just want to cook a nice steak for their family, and they buy what they can buy from Walmart, and they like to cook it well done with ketchup. It is a lower class thing. Not all lower class people eat this way. I know that there are people who work really, really hard. They don't make a lot of money, and they learn how to cook a steak properly. But me growing up, my dad would cook great steaks, and then sometimes we get the dollar steaks, and we'd cook them through and slop ketchup on.
Right.
So when Trump does that, and the media insulted Trump, they were insulting all of us. When Fetterman dresses down, they're trying to play the same game to get conservatives to appear elitist and hoity-toity, and you have to dress in a suit.
Right.
Is it true that he was wearing the hoodie to cover up that bulge on the back of his neck?
Yes. I love the conspiracy theory that it's not really Fetterman anymore. Like, it really obviously is him.
The Fettermen. The multiple Fettermen.
I've been watching old videos of Donald Trump. Lately, they've just been popping up in my feeds here and there, and he was prolific and actually very intelligent. Like, I think you make a good point earlier. He comes off as kind of I will say he comes off as a doofus because that's the way the media's been portraying him. Look at that idiot that can't tweet properly. But he's very smart. Very smart guy.
Taylor Swift, right? Everybody starts ragging on Taylor Swift all of a sudden because she's dating that football player guy. And I see people saying, like, her music sucks, and I'm like, her music does not suck, and she works really hard. And there are people who claim that her music sucks and she doesn't work hard because they want to hate her. And I'm like, dude, they said Donald Trump was a moron and he's a billionaire. He's certainly smarter than you. They say he doesn't work hard. He certainly works harder than you. You don't have to like Taylor Swift or like her music. I don't, but I know that the people who love it, it's because it is good and it's a product being sold. What if you said the product is bad. I'm like, well, she just sold 1 billion of them.
Right.
Like, certainly people enjoy it.
Love song. I thought that song was rockstar.
All right,
that was one of her first.
Hopefully it's over.
In front of you, 15 seconds, starting now. Of the
Oh, it's the
people on
end.
the stage, who should be
Here
we go.
With all due respect, I mean, we're here, like, we're happy to debate, but I think that that's disrespectful to my fellow competitors.
Whoa, what?
Nobody wants to participate.
Let's do some questions.
Oh, I love it. Take control, guys.
You guys are so wild. Wow.
Turn the tables on the moderators.
You won't answer that question. Let me ask you this one. What is your mathematical path, Governor DeSantis,
Did
in order to try
Can I
to beat
heal
President
him?
Trump, who has a
No.
commanding and enduring lead in this
I gotta
race?
kill all these fucking guys?
Dana.
So
Elect
annoying.
presidents. Voters elect presidents. And we're going to take the
voters
case to the
respond to
people in
polls.
these early states. We're going to do it in a state-by-state direction.
Bro,
And
Trump said
why?
like
Because
70.
as Reagan said in his day, this is our time for choosing. We are not getting a mulligan on the 2024 election. Republicans have lost 3 straight elections in a row. We were supposed to have a red wave with inflation at 9%. It crashed and burned. Not in Florida, it didn't. We delivered it in Florida. And so we've got to choose right. We've got to win. And we need somebody that's going to be able to serve 2 terms. So in January of 2023, they'll be able to address the nation saying, we turned the economy around, we secured the border,
January of
and we
2023
fended off
was
the threat from
8
communist
months ago.
China. As your president, I will get that job done.
Governor Christie, I believe I did see you write something. Governor Christie, I believe, excuse me, Governor Christie, I believe I did see you write something on the card. Who was it?
No, but I'll certainly tell you.
Go.
Okay.
Yeah.
What?
Look, I think I've been the only one on this stage who's been clear about this. I vote Donald Trump off the island right now. And the reason I vote him off the island...
Well, I guess the question was, who would you vote off?
No,
right?
you know what? Every person on this stage has shown the respect for Republican voters to come here, to express their views honestly, candidly, and directly, and to take your questions honestly. I have respect for every man and woman on this stage because they've done it. Vivek, put your hand down for a second, would you?
You tell that nerd.
Still got time, dude. So chill out. Here, look. This guy has not only
Christie's better at
divided our
attacking
party,
Vivek than the rest of them.
he's divided families all over this country. He's divided friends all over this country. I've
Not
spoken
his
to people,
fault.
and I know
He's
everyone
still
else
just
has,
mad because you
who
make
have
fun of
sat
it.
at Thanksgiving dinner or at a birthday party and can't have a conversation anymore if they disagree with Donald Trump.
That's not Trump's fault,
bro.
Not Trump's fault. Nail on the head.
It's the libs' fault. It's the people who have the problem with Trump.
It's like you got to learn how to
It's
communicate with your
DTS's
family,
fault.
man.
Trump was an excellent president, but the America First agenda
Okay,
does
go.
not belong to one man. It does not belong to Donald Trump. It doesn't belong to me. It belongs to you, the people of this country. And the question is, who's going to unite this country and take the America First agenda to the next level? When we rallied behind the cry to make America great again, we did not just hunger for a single man. We hungered for the unapologetic pursuit of excellence. So yes, I will respect Donald Trump and his legacy because it's the right thing to do. But we will
Vivek is the only guy wearing a millennial
to
suit.
take the America
Like
First
the
agenda
tailoring is
to the
very
next level,
millennial.
and that will take a
The rest are all wearing potato
different
sacks.
Is it potato sacks?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can see the light between his arms and his waist.
Yeah.
Wait, that's it.
That's it.
Thank you to all the candidates. We've loved having you here
Man,
tonight.
that was
and we will
so
see you at
dumb.
the-
Wait, hold on. No
But
final
Anthony,
statements?
Thank you
No.
for
That was
They
it.
decided against it.
They were going to replace it with lift up the card, who do you vote off?
Donald Trump did not cause the division. Donald Trump is an avatar of the rage felt by Americans.
Correct.
The division had already existed.
Yeah.
I would love to. You see, we're working on hosting some kind of debate. The problem is none of them will actually. Vivek will do it.
Yeah.
Right. I'm not saying we've confirmed Vivek. I'm saying based on what we know of Vivek's willingness to come on and have these conversations, he is the kind of guy who is willing to be like, let's sit down, let's have this conversation. Totally. But you're not going to get a Democrat, and you're not going to get any of these other Republicans to do it.
I wonder if we could get Kennedy. Have you talked to Kennedy? Robert Kennedy?
Oh, you know, I have. Even though I grew up in the town that he lived in, I was aware of Bobby Kennedy Jr. for much of my upbringing, and I always thought he was a crazy lib, and he still sort of is a crazy lib. But politics is so nuts now that he's kind of on our side. And he's still polling at like 19%, I think.
Have you guys talked to him? Anybody at Daily Wire interviewed him? Have you had a chance?
I haven't. One of them maybe Candace. would be likely. I don't remember that.
I have hopes that he would come on and debate.
He would for sure.
He would.
Why am I not
It's an issue of scheduling.
getting
There's
any
a lot of
crits?
really high-profile people that we're just working scheduling out with because everyone's super busy.
Like Doug Burgum.
I know. I mean,
Burgum v. Burgum.
The Burgumania, man. The challenge. So the issue I take with this, and the reason why they wouldn't come on this show, establishment uniparty Republicans and Democrats wouldn't come on a show like this because they can't stand up to scrutiny.
Yeah.
Vivek would come on a show like this because he can.
Right.
I say, hey Vivek, here's like when he was accused of the Soros stuff, funding, he made a video immediately posted and said, guys, let me address that for you. Like, I'll talk about it because this is what you have to do. Trump goes on tons of podcasts and he just sits there and he talks. He calls into Fox News and he just rambles.
Yeah.
That works. That's better. So there's people who can do it better than Trump for sure. But like when Chris Christie's like, Trump divided this country and there were friends who were fighting with each other. It's just like, shut up, dude. That's not true. And we're tired of listening to the bullshit.
But also, like, if my crazy, you know, purple-haired third cousin, twice removed, doesn't want to speak to me anymore because I voted for Trump, then that's her fault. That's her problem.
Did you see there was a viral Reddit post where a woman said she broke up with her boyfriend because she found out he listens to Andrew Tate.
Oh yeah.
And she was like, I couldn't believe he was like that. And it's like, he never argued with you. He never insulted you or fought with you or did anything wrong.
He never sold you for sex.
No.
He never, you know, put you.
She just found out that because he listened to Andrew Tate, it meant that he was a homophobe and she had to break up with him. That dude's probably like, oh, wow, yeah, sure, okay.
It's weird that her takeaway was that, oh, he's a homophobe. That's the
homophobe.
What?
All these things, yeah. Well, that about wraps up the horrible, lesser-known GOP debate. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. We'll, of course, be back tomorrow with more shows, so smash the like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends, and become a member at timcast.com. This Miami event is going to be super epic. I believe it is confirmed. We're going to be doing Friday night's show that we normally do. It's going to be on timcast.com, members only. That way, it can be the most based version of what this show can be with people like James O'Keefe, Patrick Bet-David, Matt Gaetz. Especially with Matt Gaetz, we're just going to be like, have fun, say it all. And I think for the most part, it's just a means of helping support the website. Doing these events is an effective way of just growing the business. So really do appreciate everybody who supports us as members, and everybody's going to be coming.
Funkin' Temple,
so yeah,
huh?
Michael, do you want to shout anything?
You know I do. I've got a secret project I'm working on at the Daily Wire that I can't say anything about. So the shout out is going to be no comment. But stay tuned. It's going to be really good. How do you like that?
Wow.
Was that an effective promotion?
Hardcore.
Oh, also, there's one other product. If you're a fan of reading or literature, you can purchase my book Speechless. Controlling Minds, available now wherever.
You know, people still post super chats.
Do they?
It's like a meme on our show.
That is so
get me
great. Thank you all
free
for
money
making
for
me a
Michael
best-selling
Knowles.
author. I appreciate it.
Your first book was a huge hit as well.
That also was. Twice now best-selling author, once with words. Yeah.
I like it. What's the name of the first book?
Reasons to Vote for Democrats, a comprehensive guide. I'm thinking of a sequel now, which is Reasons to Continue Hosting Republican Primary Debates in 2024.
Mary.
Guys, you can watch Pop Culture Crisis on YouTube at 3 p.m. Eastern, noon Pacific time. Go subscribe to the channel, and if you want to follow me on Twitter or Instagram, it's Mary Archived on both.
I will be on Pop Culture Crisis tomorrow.
Yeah.
We'll see you guys
I'm
there.
excited.
Pop Culture Crisis on YouTube. Michael, always a pleasure. Thanks for sitting through that. That was, I feel, it's like we went through combat. Not really. I don't want to make fun of it, but it feels like we experienced some group trauma.
Yes.
We'll be able to look back on
Are
this.
you going to read Super Chats?
No.
We basically,
Okay.
that was the super chat. It was the.
You know my favorite part of the debate? It was the beef sticks and the scotch. I thought that was the highlight of the
those
debate.
beefs. I call it bison sticks, technically. Meat sticks. Meat sticks.
Yeah, it's a conundrum when there's big moments like the debates where we would normally do super chats and then members only, but the debate ends at 11 and I have to be up at 7 a.m. So it's just like I have my limits.
It was hot heat. Thanks for sitting through it, having a good time. What's up, Serge?
Yeah, wow, that was a lot. I don't want to keep you guys too long. I'm Serge.com. I'm looking forward to Miami. It'll be good. Just so everyone knows, in order to watch that, you do have to become a member on timcast.com. Just so everyone is aware. Yeah.
But we're gonna put out a video, like basically Well, so I was inspired by Michael because I watched the video of you guys talking about backstage and the issues YouTube was giving you.
Yeah.
And then basically what happens for us with the show we're doing is, you know, we're like, yeah, we'll do the show live or whatever. And then there were questions of like, okay, we're gonna have people in the audience. They can yell things. What do we do about that? And I'm like, I don't know. And they're like, okay, well, what subjects, you know, because like YouTube has their rules or whatever. And I'm like, I think we're for the most part fine to debate it. And they're like, what if they're swearing? I'm like, we're gonna be in a room with hundreds of people who can yell whatever they want.
Yeah, it's way better.
Yeah, you prioritize the room and then the TV show.
It's not that, it's that you can get a troll, you can get Antifa.
Yeah.
And then they say they sabotage, and I'm like, well,
say things.
you know, this probably ends up working out best in terms of helping Timcast grow. I know, like, it would be great if we could give the show away for free, but it was really expensive. And I'm like, well, we'll make it a members-only thing, which makes the show better. But the full podcast will be on all podcast platforms. It's just that the live portion,
I understand.
because then we're like, we have more control over if something happens in a live event.
Right.
Takes one word, and then those masters of the universe zap you down.
Well, so the other issue too is like Public Square is sponsoring it, and I'm like, you know, if someone sitting in the front row just is trying to screw with us, and then we lose the whole show because of it, is it better to do the live show members only, but then upload it after the fact where we know we're good?
Totally.
I think this is one of the reasons Joe Rogan stopped going live.
I think it's the only reason.
Yeah. But well, yeah. So anyway, everybody did the shout outs. We're gonna go. I can go to bed now.
Let's do it, man. I'm gonna have another beef stick.
Yeah, grab another one. There's one right there. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. Seriously, thank you guys so much, and we'll see you all tomorrow.
Cool. God, I'm getting knocked off my horse. Here it comes. Oh. Got lucky.
Ah, you found them. With these, the wizards in Nethergard may continue their work. I do not know what it is that they do, but it is linked to the dark portal in the Blasted Lands and is vital to the security of the Alliance. I owe you greatly, adventurer. An honorable heart beats within you, and now I have another task for which I humbly ask your aid. If I'm ever to reach Nethergard, then I must fix this wagon, and for that, I will need wood. Strong, dry wood, not the spongy, tangled wood of the swamp's trees. Adventurer, go east to the coast and search for driftwood that has been dried by the sun. Bring it to me.
Well, look at that! You found the dream dust. And how did you like the swamp, adventurer? It's not easy to get a hot meal there, is it?
Oh, people are PvPing here? Shit. Y'all about to get fucked up. Oh my god. Increase movement speed and all stats for 2. Let's go. Alright, we're playing. Well, we're fucking playing for another 2 hours. Bitch.
Fastest griffins this side of Airy Peak. Want to take a ride?
Yeah. I like how frequent it's making me go back to Stormwind. Getting hungry. Top that midnight snack. What? Let's get some lights on in here. It's like a dungeon. Perfect timing, dude. Does that stack with my movement speed that I already have? Actually curious about that. Oh my god, blindweed. Holy fuck. I think we found what's doing the best. Yep. Fucking blindweed. Iron ore, gold ore, heavy stone. I gotta get my I hate the way it does Zygor does that. So it bases it off of your current skill level. I want to know what's doing well beforehand. You know what I mean? But damn, all that shit sold. That's what's up. Can't click on.
Hello,
Jeez.
welcome to the Bank of Stormwind. We offer financial accounts and safety deposit boxes for valuable items. Do you already have an account with us, sir? You need... No one's ever stolen anything out of here. Not in the whole history of... the whole history.
Five people.
The temple of Atal-Hakar has been sunk beneath the pool of tears and surrounded by the green dragonflight. An amazing discovery, adventurer. But obviously something has gone terribly wrong.
Using my ZG buff, man. Spirit of Zundala.
Where is it you would like to go, lad? For just a few coin, my griffins can get you there faster than even the swiftest horse.
Mm-hmm. Is this updated for fucking the new season? Doesn't say. This list applies to latter season 4. Oh, dude, this is... And Cathedral's gonna be up there. I don't think Cal's is good, low key. In fact, where do they have it on here? Dude, the Den of Evil's terrible. Where's the secret cow level on here? Do they not have it? Am I tripping? Ah, there it is.
I don't have a target.
Well, the dig site at Alderman wasn't always overrun. The Ironforged dwarves used to control the area, but that was before the Trogs came. They came so fast and in such numbers that not even Dwarven might could stop them. In fact, their attack was so sudden that I fear some of our people may be trapped. My friend Balog led a small band of dwarves deep within the site just before the Trogs showed up. If he and his company live, then I want you to find them.
You want me to find them?
The Wildhammer dwarves might have fast steeds, but can those airy peaked griffins stand the heat of the Great Forge? I think not.
I think not. Where to AoE farm Paladin? Oh shit, I want to watch this.
That appeals to a guy like me. I love that. Straight up. You want to stand up for yourself, make your money? Florida's the place to be. You want your kids to be able to transition legally? Go to California. Go to other places. We don't want that here. Do you want your kids in 3rd grade to learn about LGBTQ and how to, have a boy, do what they're doing or a girl do this at 3rd grade? Go to California. Go to New York. But if not, guess what? We don't stand for that in Florida. If he stays on that
debate show, here we go. We are live right outside the Reagan Library. You've got all of the mainstream media right over there and the alternative media, which is one and only Rumble, right over here. I'm Dave Rubin, you know that much. I am joined by the winner of tonight's debate by not being on stage, Larry Elder. Larry, it's good to see you.
And I should have been there. As you know, I got shafted by the RNC regarding the first debate.
Yep.
I had to turn in 3 polls where I was at least 1% or better. I did. I get a phone call from Ronnie McDaniel after the deadline. I'm sorry, you can't use one of your polls. Why? It's affiliated with Trump. Which one? Rasmussen. Rasmussen then puts out a statement, Dave, and says, we're not affiliated with Trump. So I submitted a 4th one, and they said you submitted it too late, which is true. I didn't realize I needed to submit a 4th one. However, they had finished their polling before the deadline, so there was enough wiggle room. They could have put me up there had they wanted to. So I got shafted, and since you can't make the first debate, how in the world do you get your numbers up to make the second debate?
Well, my friend, I truly think it was a blessing in disguise, because had you been in that room tonight, it was just a giant sucking sound of depressive, pretty much nothingness. Look, we'll get into all of it. Patrick Bet-David will be joining us in a little bit. Carol Markowitz from the New York Post, and we'll see who else shows up. I sent a couple texts to some candidates, so we'll see if anyone wants to swing by. You just got here, but you were able to watch it in the car, right? So you're able to see some of this. I mean, did anything move you? Did anything inspire you? Any of that stuff?
Well, the true winner, no kidding, was Donald Trump.
Yeah.
By once again realizing his lead is so commanding that there's no reason for him to sit there and take shots from other people. I think the highlight was this line that Chris Christie uttered about Donald Trump being called Donald Duck.
That was the highlight of it.
I don't know how long he rehearsed that, but obviously he rehearsed it. It fell flat. It was stupid. It was idiotic.
Isn't it funny when they do those lines at this point? Patrick Bet-David's joining us. Pat, we'll have you check in just one second.
How are you, my man? Long time.
Know each other. I've seen you do your thing not too long ago. But isn't it funny? I mean, you've done plenty of debates, obviously, in your life. Just watching them with the pre-packaged stuff as if it's going to land, and it never does. The Donald Duck line, Pence trying to choke out the thing about sleeping with his wife for 38 years. All of the fakeness, yet they do it again and again.
It was entertaining, though, to watch them jump on Vivek the way they did. During the first debate, one of the lines that caught me was when Vivek said, "I'm the only one not bought and paid for."
Yeah.
That clearly cheesed off Tim Scott. He's been mulling it over for a whole month, and he teed off on him for saying that. Nikki Haley said, "Every time I hear you speak, I feel dumber," referring to Vivek on foreign policy.
Bet that's
So that
not a
was kind
word.
of entertaining.
Yeah.
And also Haley and Tim Scott got into it
At the end there, that was a little tip over
but did it move the needle? Did it make you say, you know what? I think I don't want Donald Trump to be the nominee anymore. Of course not.
So, Pat, I think you're going to be a bit surprised when I say that there really was no winner here. I would say Larry was a winner in that he wasn't on the stage. And I would say that Donald Trump really was the winner because this is really all about, can someone dethrone him? He was barely discussed. I think DeSantis did a perfectly fine job, but did not move the needle by any estimation. I have to call it as I see it. What do you think?
First of all, I would have much rather have seen Larry Elder on stage than Mike Pence. Mike Pence, I'm sure, is a sweetheart of a man and a father. I'm sure he's a great grandfather, but he's a cure to insomnia. Honestly, every time he spoke, I wanted to fall asleep. Again, I love him, man. I'm sure he's a good man.
But thinking, like, why do you think he's doing this?
It's actually, if I'm his grandson, I would say, Grandpa, please wrap it up. If I was his son, I would say, just step away.
Move it along.
Don't do it. I will tell you a couple things that was very interesting from my perspective. It was a united attack on Vivek. It's as if somebody from the RNC fed everybody on the attack on China. And whether it's RNC or somebody else, they all went after him. He got rattled a couple times.
He did.
And you saw that. And he kept doing this and he kept doing this. And at the end, Christie said, put your hand down. I see your hand. I'm not done yet. So it was a little bit of that going on. And then at the same time, Vivek changed his strategy. And the adjustment he did, he went from attacking everybody on the first one to now wanting to be a synergist.
Yes.
That you can't make that kind of a, you're gonna be the guy that's gonna go after everybody and you're gonna play Trump's card. And Trump's card is what? I'm the only one I paid for Marco Rubio. I paid for this. You gotta double down. You can't now apologize on that.
And I think the audience could kind of feel it in there when he would kind of go after them a little bit and then say, well, let's just be civil when they threw it back.
And then Tim Scott said, you can't say that. And the last time he called us this. So I thought Tim played offense. First time they asked DeSantis a question was in the 16-minute mark. They waited a while till they asked him. I don't understand why. Why wouldn't you ask that the guy in the center? You start off with the guy. You don't go to Tim Scott. I didn't understand the moderators, to be honest with you. I mean, I don't know the moderators. I've seen them many times, but I don't know them. We don't have a relationship. I thought they lost control the first 30 minutes to an hour. I'm sure there was a regrouping and somebody gave them feedback. I thought they lost control of the entire thing the first hour. And they almost made the debate, as a viewer, as a guy that's a competitor, the first hour was super boring.
Yeah, it was incredibly boring.
I was looking around, people were getting up and walking out.
Yeah.
So that part's got to be on the moderator as well.
You know, I do know Dana Perino, and I will for sure tonight. I will send her a text. I will ask her what they were thinking in that first hour when there was just no energy in that room. But Larry, since you ran for governor and actually did how many millions of votes did you get?
3.5 million.
3.5 million.
57 of 58 counties on the replacement side.
Yeah.
Got in with 8 weeks left. In 8 weeks, we raised $27 million.
And I'm
more
honored.
than all the other 45 rivals combined.
And I'm honored that I was just a little piece of doing that thing with you, and it was awesome. It really was. But it failed, and then that was what caused me to move to Florida. Pat also moved to Florida in midst of COVID.
You were at one of my rallies. You spoke at one of my rallies. And by the way, was I not drawing Trump-like crowds?
No, you were drawing Trump-like crowds. It was unbelievable. But I mention all of that.
I digress.
I mention all of
Glad
that
I didn't
because the guy that obviously I'm backing, DeSantis, all the answers were good. I don't think he lied about anything. I don't think anyone hit him. But he needed something magical there, and I can't sit here and tell you that it was there.
Patrick and I were talking about this when I did his show. It's not anything that DeSantis has done or has not done. It's a 10,000-pound elephant in the room called Donald Trump. Michael Dukakis was once flattering Bill Clinton by saying he's the best stand-up politician I've ever seen. He meant that in a positive way. Donald Trump is the best stand-up politician I have ever seen, bar none. You and I were talking about what normally happens when you're a one-term president. Jimmy Carter was a one-term president. He couldn't get a table at Fatburger. George Herbert Walker Bush was a one-term president. His dog wouldn't sniff him. This guy's a one-term president, has retained his stranglehold over the party. I've never seen anything like that. He's funny. He's clever. He's witty. He's successful. He's confident. and he has a record. He ran and governed for 4 years.
Do you think
great economy? So
I think everyone gets it on Trump, but do you think there's something different that DeSantis should be doing? And Pat, I want to ask you the same thing, because you said to me months ago this is a marketing issue with him, not a policy.
Well, yeah, he and I disagreed about that. There's nothing you can do. What's he going to say? Give him a nickname? Say that he had a bad economy? Say that he did a bad job on borders? Bad job on gasoline prices? What's he going to say? The only argument is that there are so many people in this country who do not like Donald Trump for whatever reason, that there's Trump derangement syndrome. I'm not Donald Trump. I've got the same policy, so therefore vote for me. That's the only argument.
I would say DeSantis did much better on this one than the first one. However, he did have one mishap with the whole fracking in Florida. And if you go Google right now, does DeSantis approve fracking or, not want fracking? The first thing that'll come up is an article from October 2022 where he's talking about fracking in Louisiana and Texas, but not in Florida. And then there's another article from Tampa Bay talking about the fact that he's willing to do fracking in any state, but not in Florida. And by the way, as a Floridian myself, I don't want to see rigs on the beach. I just don't want to see it.
Right.
But just say that. Maybe that is an angle to take rather than saying, no, I do support it. Nikki Haley, if you look at Drudge Report and you see who's at the top, who they have at the top, they got Haley at the top, and Drudge is not a Haley.
I think Nikki did just fine. I have a big difference with her on foreign policy for sure, but she just comes across as competent, clear. She knows what she's saying. She was willing to fight. I walked out with the last 5 minutes, so I saw. Well, I saw the 10-cent thing, and then they're arguing about the drapes as if she was supposed to return the Obama drapes, or that. To your point, nobody cares.
What an issue!
Nobody cares. Should we bring in a woman because we're talking about drapes? I feel like we should bring in a woman. Carol Markowitz from the New York Post, our drape expert here. Actually, if anyone, I was saying to Larry that he sort of won tonight because he wasn't involved in the debate. Pat had a better seat than me. That was pretty good. But you had the best seat for you guys watching at home. Carol was right behind who was the male moderator. You were right there. You were one of the two people right there. You could have stolen the show tonight. Like a little something. You made some faces. Yeah.
I'm getting a lot of Twitter comments that I was smirking, but that's just my face. So.
What's your takeaway as to what happened here? Nobody seems particularly impressed, to say the least.
Not getting. He's right.
They needed
yeah. They're not getting anywhere. We're not answering any questions. Everybody's trying to land like a good line. I think Nikki did well landing those lines. I think DeSantis looked like the grown-up in the room trying to avoid the squabbling. But I don't know that these debates are getting anywhere. And one of the reasons is there are just too many candidates up there. It's gotten to where we're not getting anybody's message. Nobody knows what anybody stands for, and it's pointless.
Would we all agree at this point that Pence, Tim Scott, Christie, and you call him Bergstrom from Family Guy, but Bergstrom, that if they drop, this would make a lot more sense? Pat, you think that would be fair? And then we could have something a little more sensible. Vivek, Nikki, DeSantis.
So. Look, we're in the business of politics. So I'll give you my one feedback that maybe we don't want to hear, but it's how I feel about this. You know how in soccer they have the championship, the main fight, the main match that everybody wants to see, and then they have third and fourth place to play. Nobody cares to watch third and fourth. I got that feeling today.
Yeah.
Literally, I'm looking at the crowd. People are yawning and walking out. Who walks out of a debate? People were getting up and shaking hands after the first time walking out. Yeah, I didn't want to hear from Mike Pence. Mike Pence took 14 minutes that we can get back. I lost 14 minutes tonight. I didn't want to hear from him. Doug, very good. He's good.
He's competent. He's a nice guy. He makes his point.
Smart guy, qualified, all of that. But president is a different job. Okay, it's a very different job. I think Tim Scott, I believe he'll be one of the ones on the bottom, but I think Tim Scott did okay today. Do I want him on the stage next time? I'd much rather watch the four people talk to each other and see what's going to happen. But at the same time, I think the last debate is going to be possibly worse than this, because in people's minds, when this is going further and further and further, everybody's asking the one question. What are we doing this for? Dana asked the question at the end saying, look, you're saying you're not going to write who to knock off the show, knock off the debate. Fine, because that's the last question she asked. Nobody wanted to answer. Christie wrote a name down, and then he comes afterwards and said, looks like you did write a name. He says, I did write a name. That was Trump. I wrote Trump. I want him off the debate. But for me, Dana asked the question saying, so look, you're behind 45, 46 points. How are you going to pull this up? And he says, you know, presidents don't get elected by polls. They get elected by voters. Phenomenal line. Good for whoever came up with that. It's just not the truth. You have a very, very big, unless if they try to arrest him. Today I made an offer on Mar-a-Lago.
Yeah, you could throw 19. Throw 19. What are you doing?
$300 million. I said, if it's $18 million, I'll buy it myself.
Yeah.
They're targeting that guy left and right. And if I'm a true competitor on the Republican side, I'm sitting there asking myself, do I want these guys targeting Trump as much as they are, or do I want them to leave him alone? The more they do, the more they're giving him the limelight.
Yeah, well, Larry, I think you agree with this. I tweeted in the middle of this thing, it was like the debate really should have been one question and then it should have been a free-for-all. It should have been, how are you going to beat Trump? Forget the Democrats for a second. This is a freaking primary. And there was just simply none of that, right? I mean, DeSantis tried once or twice, but that was about it.
It would have been more entertaining had they done that. But again, what people wanted to see, what would have driven ratings, is for Trump to show up. He wasn't there. So nobody really cares. He's got a commanding lead in the polls. Joe Biden has horrible numbers on the economy, horrible numbers on the borders. Everybody can agree on that. The question is, who do you want other than Donald Trump? And the answer is, we want Donald Trump.
Let's talk about the other guy.
I'm going to say I don't know about that because, you know, he's running sort of as the incumbent. This is owed to me. I deserve this chance. And he's only got half the Republican Party. I said this on your show last time I was on. But if Joe Biden woke up with Donald Trump's numbers, he would, you know, to paraphrase the old Chris Rock line, throw himself out the window. And so what we have here is half the party who does not want Donald Trump. And 73% of Iowans want, you know, some of them will take Trump, but they want someone else. So look, to me, it's not about, you know, defeating or defending anybody. It's about that half the party does not want this man, and it's a very winnable contest.
Well,
primary voters. These are primary voters. You look at the polls in Iowa, look at the polls in New Hampshire. If anything, Donald Trump is increasing his lead. So the question is, what do the people in the primaries want? And from what I can tell on the campaign trail, and I've been around all these people, heard them all speak, they still want Trump.
Pat, from a marketing perspective, are you shocked how the lack of entertainment? Like, I want a competent executive. We've discussed this many times. I actually don't care about the show that much. I just want someone. I moved to Florida and changed my life because of a competent executive and the people that supported him, right? So I don't care about the show that much, and yet it's increasingly obvious that the show may matter way more than the policies. Like, why aren't they figuring out a better way to do the show?
You mean the debate?
Yeah, just the show portion.
Yeah,
of
I mean,
all
listen, it's so boring. It's not even funny. It's driving me insane just watching it. How they don't want to innovate, and every single, like, you know how our educational system is not innovating. It's the same thing it's been for 50, 60, 70 years, but everything is different. Technology is different, and people are disrupting it. I think this needs to be disrupted already. What is this all about? We're supposed to sit there and watch this format? It makes no sense to me. You can run a March Madness bracket, have people do face-offs that 2 hour long, and then the winner goes to the next, and it's leading to, there's so many different formats you can do than this nonsense they're doing. But by the way, let's talk about one thing that maybe, you know, you're seeing the DeSantis-Newsom debate, right? That's coming up, November 22nd, whatever the date is. I think they confirmed, they agreed on how that's going to be taking place. There's an element right now that something no one's talking about. You're seeing Newsom is now campaigning. Newsom vetoed 2 things this week that's drawn him more to the center. What is he doing? What do you mean saying no to something you agreed on 4 or 5 months ago? Now you're doing that. The only reason he would be vetoing things that's more centered than the left is because maybe he wants to win that vote, or maybe he wants to run.
He's running,
Are
period.
they thinking about something's going to happen there?
He's running.
So if Newsom comes up, who is he going to match up against? Or Fox News? We know Fox News is not for Trump. Fox News is more for DeSantis. Of course, they're going to want to put DeSantis against Trump. But at the end of the day, you can do all you want to do. If the voter wants Trump, you can try to convince yourself and make yourself feel happy and all this stuff. That's not how business and competition works. Numbers do a lot of talking.
Regarding Newsom, Newsom, of course he wants to be president. If Joe Biden and Kamala Harris drop dead, he'd be ecstatic. However, they're not going to. Joe Biden, if he can fog up a mirror, will be the nominee, and if he can't fog up a mirror, it will be Kamala Harris. I know that Kamala Harris is unpopular, but for crying out loud, she's very popular among black female voters, and they are the most loyal part of the Democratic base. And the first primary for the Democrats in South Carolina, 60% of the Democrat primary voters in South Carolina are black. Majority of those are black female, and they love Kamala Harris. And if she is perceived as having been drop kicked for some white dude like Gavin Newsom, are you kidding me? They won't vote Republican. They just won't vote at all.
I actually think the party's so evil that it wouldn't surprise me if they did that, but I get your point.
They painted themselves in a corner with this race and gender stuff. The reason she's there is because she's a black female. By the way, for a while it appeared that Dianne Feinstein might not finish her term in California. And Gavin Newsom said, I will appoint a black female.
Yeah, you
in order to get Joe Biden's support, James Clyburn, before the South Carolina primary in 2020, expected a promise that the first nominee would be a black female. Now you're going to drop kick a black female for a white dude? I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
And they can't afford to do that. They are stuck with Kamala Harris.
So Carol, what do you think? Since you also, well, you fled New York, but now live in Florida, but I know you're no fan of Newsom. I mean, what do you? He's here. He's literally here. Can you guys smell the sulfur? You smell it, can't you? He's here somewhere, and I would we reached out to him. We did the appropriate channels. He did not respond.
Didn't want to come on with
he did not respond. Maybe it's all the lizard pictures that I keep sending him. But either way, what do you think he's really up to here?
Well, I think that, I don't know what he thinks about his own future, but I completely agree with Larry. There's no way to getting Kamala Harris off that stage. Could he be looking at, a 2024, after 2024 kind of situation? Sure. But, it does feel very much to me like the DeSantis-Newsom debate is a poke in the eye to Biden and Kamala. Like, I'm here, and I'm going to be out there, and I'm going to be debating, the younger candidate in the Republican race, and I want people to see me as the potential successor, if not in 24, then in 28.
Does the DeSantis-Newsom thing seem like DeSantis' last stand to you? Because it seems to me like that's what he needed tonight. Again, nobody hit him. Nobody hit him. Nothing he said. No, they tried a little bit, but no, I don't think anyone's walking out of there like, oh, DeSantis got hit. But it's not that he needed to do more than just not get hit. He needed magic. Maybe something happens with the DeSantis.
So let me ask you a question. Here's a question for you. How does DeSantis win from doing the Newsom debate?
That it maybe centers it more around him again and less about Trump.
No, to me it comes across arrogant. What do you? Newsom's not in the debate. Like, it's like two guys who are not the heavyweight champions to put up a fight, and one is still in the playoffs, but he's willing to play a team that's not in the playoffs, and it's so confusing to me.
But it seems like the fight America's. But put aside where their rankings are. The Florida versus Cali fight.
You know when that would have been appropriate? 9 months ago, not right now.
No, it would have been appropriate in 2021 when I ran against him for governor in the recall election, and he would not debate me. Nobody put any pressure on him. Nobody on Fox said, "Why don't you debate Larry Elder?" Where was that? Where was Hannity then? When I needed him. Yeah. This is a circus.
But I'm talking in this context.
This would have mattered. He would have to defend his record on COVID, his record on homelessness, his record on the fact that people are leaving California for the first time in 170 years. But nobody put any pressure on him to debate. And now that there's nothing at stake, he's debating Ron DeSantis. It's a circus.
But even if he's not trying to dethrone Biden or something like that, isn't it weird that it feels like it kind of feels like the energy is around him, not around Biden? I mean, no one thinks Biden's
there's no energy around Biden, right? So he's 150 years old, and he's going to have to be dragged across that finish line. But I think that the Democrats are fully prepared to do that. The thing is, it's getting late to replace him. It's getting to the point where you can't replace him with Newsom, no matter how badly they might want to. They really can't even replace him with Kamala unless something really happens. So it's going to be Biden. That's been my $5 bet all along, and I'm planning to collect.
The only way they replace Kamala Harris is if she says, you know what, I'm so incompetent, I'm so clueless, I've got to leave. And then they have to replace her with an equally popular black female. And only two fit the bill, Oprah Winfrey and Michelle Obama, neither of whom want the job.
Man, it's your whole life's work is sort of summed up in the craziness of the Democratic Party, wouldn't you say?
Well, that's why I wrote the book called As Goes California, My Mission to Rescue the Golden State and Save the Nation, about what a left-wing loon Gavin Newsom is, and the kinds of policies that Democrats have been pushing for decades in California that have resulted in people leaving the state. 500,000 people in the last couple of years.
Yeah. Right, but whenever you're ready, we're in Florida waiting for you.
Pat, putting aside politics, how do we export all the good stuff that brought the three of us to Florida? And again, Larry, you stay here and fight. And somebody's got to do it. God bless you for it.
Somebody got to the lights.
if not through politics, how do we export all of the goodness, all the reasons that you brought so many employees and your family to Florida and everything else? Because that, putting aside candidates, is what America really should be about, I think.
Yeah, no question. And I think a part of what COVID did, like, I love what DeSantis said today. When they asked the question about, hey, what are you doing with the health care? You know, Florida has one of the worst. She was asking, you know, and by the way, it was obvious Dana was team Nikki Haley. She kept like protecting her. Her husband's also serving, so I could see that affinity. So she was probably not pro DeSantis, but she asked the question about, you know, Florida has one of the worst, you know, it may not have been her who asked the question about health insurance or health care. And then DeSantis says, look, that's part of our philosophy. We're not a welfare state. Yeah. You want to be part of a welfare state? You want all entitlements? Go to California. Go to Illinois. Go to New York. If you want to work your ass off and make the money that you want to make and have the life that you want to build, come to Florida. Do you know how much that answer appeals to me? Yeah. That appeals to a guy like me. I love that. Straight up. You want to stand up for yourself, make your money? Florida's the place to be. You want your kids to be able to transition legally? Go to California, go to other places. We don't want that here. Do you want your kids in 3rd grade to learn about LGBTQ and how to, you know, have a boy, you know, do what they're doing or a girl do this at 3rd grade? Go to California, go to New York. But if not, guess what? We don't stand for that in Florida. If he stays on that message, and it's a message of, yeah, that's who we are. Yeah, that's who we are. I think that's attractive. But the point I was trying to make is during COVID, I think a lot of people are going to gravitate towards different states, and they're just going to feel safer. 10 years ago, 20 years ago, you didn't feel that way. We could live in California, we're going to be okay. Today, people are moving to raise their kids. So I think California is going to get bluer. I think Florida is going to get redder. I think blue states will get even more bluer. I think that's what's going to happen next. Unfortunate, but I think that's what's going to happen next.
I sense you're basically okay with that notion, right? I mean, it's what the founding of America really is about, and it's unfortunate as a lifelong New Yorker until you move to Florida.
Yeah, and I think a lot of these places need to hit rock bottom. Look, New York was a wonderful place to live. I loved it. I always say I was a New York supremacist. I was all about the New York. But then
you know what he was? He was a white supremacist.
Yeah, he was the
black face. The black face of white supremacy.
That's right.
Get it right, Patrick.
My apologies.
I worked hard for that title. I worked hard for that title.
Yeah, so I loved New York. New York was doing great, and that was doing great because it hit rock bottom. They elected Rudy Giuliani. Bloomberg continued those policies, and even Bill de Blasio was able to coast on a well-functioning New York for a while. But then those blue policies came back, and everything, you know, started to fall apart. I think some of these places are going to hit rock bottom. They are going to elect Republicans, even if they do become deep blue, because they just can't take it anymore.
I hope you're right. I mean, that's the argument I made when I ran for governor. Look, the crime is still crazy. The homelessness is still crazy. He's taken a $100 million budget surplus, Gavin Newsom, and turned into a $30 billion budget deficit. And he still has above water poll numbers. So I thought, you know, that in crime, during the campaign, a guy was murdered in Beverly Hills. He had armed security. Thank you. Love you too. He had armed security, and somebody who should not have been on the streets broke in and murdered him. A woman who was a graduate student at UCLA was stabbed to death at a high-end furniture store in Hancock Park, where Maxine Waters has her mansion. I thought maybe at that point people would just, you know, it's gotten so crazy now, maybe we need somebody who's not soft on crime. But it didn't seem to matter.
Right.
But at some point, I agree with you that voters are going to have to hit rock bottom and begin to rethink their assumptions. But it doesn't appear to happen to be anytime soon in California.
Is the depressing reality maybe combining with what you just said there to Pat with what you said about Florida as a place where you got to get yours versus these blue states or they're going to hand it to you, is that most people either just at this point, the sad truth would be that most people either just don't care or don't know or don't understand what the American dream is. They don't understand how to get theirs, and they just hear mostly Democrats being like, yeah, we'll give you this, we care, we'll give you health care, blah, blah, blah. They don't understand why that systemically actually destroys health care and everything else.
One of the fastest way to control people is to destroy their dreams, is to make them believe they're not good enough to have their dreams become a reality. It's such a brilliant, divisive, dirty, dark move, but the first thing you have to do is kill hope, kill dreams, kill that life that you always wanted to have, and then you say, it's not going to happen to me. Guess what? Let's just stay in California. Let's just kind of do this is kind of what God gave us, which is a bunch of bullshit. That's not what God gave them, but
You have to destroy faith. You have to destroy hope. You have to destroy that confidence that people can have their dreams become a reality. I don't see a lot of dreams being sold. You know, to me, Tim Scott tried to sell the dream a little bit. I think we got to get back to selling the dream. The whole idea about doing it at a location like this, Reagan was one of the greatest dream sellers, where you're going out there saying, what is your dream? What do you want to do? You're getting more entitlement programs. Is that going to get you close to your dreams? We have to speak the dream language today to get people dreaming again. Until we don't, they can be easily controlled.
You know, it's interesting you say that, because I kept thinking there are plenty of pictures of Reagan here and busts of Reagan and everything else Reagan, and I've watched virtually every big Reagan speech forever. I've seen virtually all of them, and they were so aspirational and so funny and so decent, and if you watched him in the debates, they were fun and light, and it was just the reverse of all this. What would you have done differently than these guys up there?
Well, on the debt, on how big the country got, Donald Trump got a hit because I think a couple of people said, and it's true, that government got bigger under Donald Trump. Government got bigger under Ronald Reagan. All three levels of government, federal, state, and local, in 1900, government took 9% of the Now all three levels, government takes almost 35%. Government is way, way too big. If you run promising to take things away from people, you're going to lose elections. If you run promising to reform Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, you're going to lose elections. Even Bill Clinton and Barack Obama referred to these entitlement programs as unsustainable. What I want is an amendment to the Constitution to fix spending to a specific percentage of the GDP. Otherwise, it's going to get bigger no matter who's in charge. If you force the politicians to cut government and to make these structural reforms, they can then go to the voters and say, I'm sorry, I had to do it. The law made me do it. That's the only way government's going to get down to the size it should get down to. That's one of the things that I've run on during the campaign.
I think one of the biggest problems is that people have no idea what it means, like the government's too big or it's, you know, spending is too
that's
high.
what I mean, actually.
They have no idea what that means for their actual everyday life. I mean, I don't know. Do you ever see those interviews of people on the street, like who's the president right now? And it's like, I don't know. So people are assuming a lot. These candidates are assuming a lot when they say things like, oh, the government has gotten so big, or oh, the spending has gotten so high. And when they take that shot at Trump, it's a very good shot, except then you need to draw the connection, why this matters to you. They printed all this money. This is why everything costs so much. This is why you go to the supermarket and everything's so expensive. But they're not making that connection because it's like it's the whole they talk in, you know, what do we say, the 10-point font, and they just don't. They don't understand that people at home don't get why these things are important.
Well, the reason it's important is because we high-five ourselves when we have GDP growth of 2.5% to 3%. We should be growing twice as fast. Your income should be growing twice as fast as it's growing. Your net worth should be growing. Your own life should be better. And it will be better if more money is in your pocket because you'll spend it more efficiently than some government bureaucrat.
Pat, you're shaking your head no, but I can't tell if it's no with frustration or disagreement.
Like, you know what I think? Okay, so some of us do okay financially, right? Okay, think about.
Okay, you're about to buy Mar-a-Lago.
He told me he was wearing a Fossil watch last time I saw him, but that.
Some of us do okay. Man just made a bid for Mar-a-Lago. I guess some of us are doing okay.
Some of us are doing good financially. But watch this. So the rates this week, if your credit score is 720, you wanted to get a 30-year loan.
720, pretty good.
720, pretty good.
Yeah.
30-year loan, $500,000. Today, rates are on 8.18%, right? Your mortgage payment is $36.77. Let me say it again. $500,000, 8%, 30-year, 720 credit. Today, $36.77. 18 months ago, at 3%, the $500,000 loan at 3%, 720 credit, 30 years, $2,100. So let me get this straight. The average person's watching this right now saying, okay, I'm going to go buy a house. How are you going to do it? And then the bank is going to go divide your income, your mortgage payment by 36%. And if you do that at $2,100, to qualify for that loan, you have to make $5,500 a month. Doable, we can do it. But to qualify for $36.77, you have to be around $10,000 a month. Who is making $10,000 a month right now? What's happened the last 18 months? Have people's income gone up the last 18 months? Mortgage applications are the lowest we've had in 27 years. No one's trying to do anything with their houses right now. The people that own a house at 3% are not selling. The only people that are buying houses have cash. The average voter is sitting right now at home asking themselves, what the hell am I going to do? This whole union people that are protecting our folks, the Writers Guild, 140-day, this, what do you call it, this strike that took place. Do you know finally today ended? And you know how these union leaders, how much money they were able to get for their employees? 5% raise. A 5% raise.
Probably less
credit
than
to UPS. Credit UPS got a lot of raise for them.
Yeah.
But Writers Guild 5%. They haven't worked for 148 days. So then you go back to 1972. 25% of Americans in membership for union. 25% of us were part of a union. Today, that number is 6%. Americans don't want union anymore. Don't get involved in private. Don't get involved in my life anymore. You're bothering me. So the conversation today about teachers union, when Chris Christie went after him, and he's talking about we got to get rid of some of these people. All I think about is the average person today sitting around thinking to themselves, how am I supposed to make it today? Are people working Uber late at night after they come home, they put their kids to sleep 9 o'clock, they're working 3-4 hours? What kind of a life is that? What happened to this economy? So no, we need to get the dream machine going again and get people to realize, listen, this is now it's supposed to be. We got to go back to the market. We got to go back to capitalism. If we do that, no one's saying go be a millionaire, go buy all these exotic cars. But hey, what if we can figure out a way to go back to, you can start a business, small business. There used to be 49% of employees work for a small business. That thing's going more and more about these bigger businesses so they can control them. All I think about is the average voter today is watching this tonight saying, is my life better today than it was 4 years ago? They're all scared today. I don't know how most of them are making it.
That is way better analysis than I was going to do on the union thing, because my main takeaway was that they all slept with Randy Weingarten. Wasn't that? That seemed to be the running theory. They were all like, I slept with her, and she's a lesbian. I don't know what was going on there. What do you think on the economy stuff? It's like the Democrats are just, the messaging is just easier and whatever. It's like, we like you.
I feel like what Pat is saying is exactly what these candidates should be saying. Like, I feel your pain. I know that sounds, ridiculous, the Clinton line, but honestly, I want to see emoting from them. Like, how are you doing this? How are you living your lives? And we understand how bad the inflation has gotten, and we understand that interest rates are just keep climbing, and how hard it is to buy a home. I think that these people really need to connect to what is going on out there in the country and how people are hurting. I talked about this before, but I grew up poor in Brooklyn. My life is still that my neighborhood, my home neighborhood in Brooklyn, and people are struggling. If they are not the people who got Pelotons during COVID, they're they got the one-time check and they really never came back to where they were before COVID.
All right, well, it seems like nobody left this thing, at least out of the four of us, particularly inspired. So, Larry, give you all one thing to wrap up with. Give me something inspirational for people to walk from here. Well, maybe a little beyond just the political realm of this whole thing.
You know about my background. My father never knew his father. He was raised by an illiterate woman who was irresponsible, threw him out of the house when he was 13 years old. He became a World War II Marine veteran, cleaned toilets when I was growing up, started a little cafe downtown LA, ran it until the 80s. When he retired, he owned the cafe, property next door, plus the little house we still have in our family. So my Republican father said this about Democrats. Democrats want to give you something for nothing. When you try to get something for nothing, you almost always get nothing for something. People need to get back to personal responsibility, get government off my back, out of my wallet, put money back into the pockets of the American people, and watch this country explode in terms of prosperity.
I feel like you can pick up from that.
Yeah, today we're at Rafi's place. Okay, so this Armenian guy comes up to me. He says, I said, so what do you do for a living? He said, I just finished my law degree. I said, how old are you? 27 years old. He says, at the school I went to, everybody's liberal. So Adam asks, do you talk? Do you give your opinions? Oh, no, I can't talk. Why? Because if I do, it's going to be bad for me. I can't talk about that in California. What if I do? What if I get fired? What if this happens? So here's the problem on what's happening right now. The reason why the left is winning is because the right is afraid of talking about issues and how they feel. They're quiet. I'm convinced the four communities that are hurting America need to wake up. One of them is the tolerant Christians. They're way too tolerant. They're sitting around saying, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay. Now they're in your face. Number two are the libertarians. The libertarians have this mindset of, do your thing. Listen, as long as you do your thing, it's good. I don't care what you do, just do your thing. And all of a sudden they're saying, oh, just do my thing? Okay. Can I do my thing with your family? Can I do my thing with your kids? Can I? No. You're going too far now. Then you got the lazy and scared Republicans. God forbid they're being challenged. They just want to kind of have their money and do their thing. And then you got a couple other communities. No, we need the part I'm very optimistic about today is the following. We're finding each other. More people are coming up to me and saying, man, I'm just so glad you guys are talking about this stuff. We are finding each other, and they're waking up a group of pissed off people that are getting united. If this group unifies, it's going to scare the shit out of them. We had a conversation with Candace Owens, was on a podcast 2 weeks ago, right after you. And one of the things was, you know, I'm just done talking about politics. I'm just done. I don't want to talk about these issues. I said, that's exactly what they want you to say. They want you to be fatigued. They want your endurance to be done. They want to look at your eyes and you look defeated. But here's the part. Third quarter, when you're going into fourth quarter, your opponent, in their mind, they're thinking you figured out their scheme. They're thinking if you push a little harder, you're going to win. They want you to think you can't beat them. So we need to have a little bit more confidence, more audacity. We need to be united. We need to impose ourselves a little bit. We need to sell our values and principles in a respectful manner, have reasonable conversations. And I think more people are going to say, I kind of like what she has to say. I kind of like what he has to say. But I think we need to rise up. And the good news for me being optimistic, I think we're waking up. I think a lot of people are waking up.
I agree. It's why I see all these worlds, all of our worlds, colliding more and more every single day. Every single day it's happening. I feel like you can give like the kind of mama version of that.
Yeah, I feel, you know, it's hard not to be optimistic. In Florida, I used to be that college student that couldn't be openly conservative. And in graduate school, I was the only conservative in my political program. I mean, it's like, this was my world. But I think that living in Florida has made it so, first of all, I see people unafraid. They're themselves, and they're liberals, they're conservatives, but they're like sane and they're normal and they're defending their families. I love to see it, and just being Floridian has really made me so much more optimistic about America's future.
Well, I'm optimistic because people like you guys tune in and I get to sit down and chat with these guys. And we did the impossible, guys. We took two of the most boring, uninteresting hours in the history of humanity, and I think we cleaned it up quite nicely. So I thank and the next debate, by the way, I think is November 8th in Miami. How about we do this over tequila next time? It would be much better. All right, we're gonna do this at my place over tequila. All right, thanks everybody.
Why am I not getting that many mining like hits? It's like 2 per node, like 2.
You could go to the gym and exercise on your own, but you don't exactly know how to do what you need to do or how to get the motivation. So people will hire a physical trainer to tell you, no, keep going, one more, do it. And then you're pushing, it's like, come on. And then you get that last push-up. Someone to give you the drive and motivation to make you feel like this is the right path forward, the leadership you need. That's what Andrew Tate and Jordan Peterson both do. Andrew Tate in a different way from Peterson. Sure. But Andrew Tate is effectively the guy who's going to that young man who knows he's deficient and telling him, get to work now. And then the kid's like, I got to do it. And they can feel.
Want to get out of that kidney shot, I pop a living action potion, and then it'll remove the kidney shot and make me immune to all CC for the next 5 seconds. I can still get blinded, I can still get gouged, polymorphed, whatever it is, but not stunned or slowed. Final item I'll cover on this character is Magic Dust. Magic Dust is the most OP thing, especially for Battlegrounds. It puts the target to sleep, any target to sleep for 30 seconds on a 20-yard range. It's very OP, shares a cooldown with Grenade, but also can be Heartbeat resisted and take it out of whether it's Wool, Forsaken, Tremor Totem. Back on the PTR here, we'll cover some more items. Arena Grandmaster Trinket, this is a phenomenal trinket, absorbs 700 to 1250 damage, and that's of all schools, really good. Tidal Charm, I'm sure you've heard of this before, stuns the target for 3 seconds, really good trinket, pretty hard to get. Nifty Stopwatch, increase your run speed. Lincoln's Boomerang, throw it at a range, has a chance to knock down the target, stun them, or disarm them. Diamond Flask, if you're not already familiar, Diamond Flask does scale off of plus healing, so if you have Diamond Flask equipped, put on plus healing gear like rank 14 plus healing maces, use Diamond Flask and then switch back to your two-hander, it will snapshot it, and you'll get basically increased healing the entire duration. And it's very, very, very strong trinket. We'll cover a few more items here. Sheen of Zanza, this is a phenomenal potion to reflect any spell cast against a caster. When you pop this potion for the first time, it has a 100% chance to reflect the first spell cast on you. So if a shaman is casting an elemental mastery, chain lightning into an Urshock, and you pop Sheen of Zanza, it'll reflect both of those right back onto the shaman. Really good potion. Next I've got Clutch of Foresight. This is basically a ranged counterspell, a ranged CS for any class. These drop from Stratholme, and it's an on-use item that you're able to CS lock out somebody for 10 seconds. So it's really powerful.
So questing wise, I love Alliance way more than Horde.
Like really sticky glue basically is a item on use that shares a DR, shares a cooldown with
Dungeon wise, I think I like
and instantly
Horde
roots
more.
the target from an item. Last but not least, we got Arcane Bomb here. These are great because it also drains 50% of their mana in addition to the 5 seconds.
I've never been here before.
So very strong. Didn't cover all the items like Vermont Medicine Pouch and some of the other things that I didn't think are necessarily useful for Warrior, but these are the majority of the engineering items and World PvP items that you see. Biggest thing to take away from this are the School of Magic absorbs potions over the healing potions. Moving on to the gameplay portions. I just want to cover some Warrior basics, what to do at the start of a fight, kind of how to assess your opener. Warrior is very easy to play, but for those beginning players, I feel we need to show this anyways. Right off the bat, I'm just going to try and charge the target. Now, I'm either going to try and do one of two things. I'm either going to charge, and on my way to the target, since charge is not a global cooldown, I'm going to switch to Berserker Stance. That's one opener. Or opener number two is I'm going to charge, I'm going to auto attack, and I'm going to try and get Sweeping Strikes up as quickly as possible, and then potentially switch to Berserker Stance. And now I'll explain the reason why. But as you can see, charge my target, on my way to it, switch to Berserker Stance, and then I get a hamstring up right away. From there, I'll just apply Mortal Strike, do my damaging abilities to try and kill the target as fast as possible. I'll make sure I have Battle Shout up, and then spend Rage on Execute when it's available. Now that opener is great against single targets, especially Rogue and Priests. When they come out of that charge stun, their first global is going to be Gouge or Fear every time, so you're going to be ready to react with Berserker Rage. Apart from that, the reason why you'd want to get up Sweeping Strikes as quickly as possible is Sweeping Strikes is your highest damaging ability in Classic. It is so incredibly underrated, people don't actually realize how strong it is. What Sweeping Strikes does is it'll duplicate the damage done on the primary target to a target next to you. Now I'm going to cover a whole section here about just Sweeping Strikes alone, but let me demonstrate it. First, if I'm going to want to get up Sweeping Strikes as quickly as possible, you're going to have to use Blood Rage. It's going to be a combination of Charge, Blood Rage, Auto Attack, Sweeping Strikes, and then immediately switching to Berserker Stance. And this is what this looks like. Charge, Blood Rage, Auto Attacks, Sweeping Strikes, switch to Berserk Stance, and then from there, the first ability that I'm going to want to do, especially if it's not a healer, is Whirlwind. Whirlwind will hit each target 2 times, and if it crits, it just scales off of each other and just does insane damage. But I can literally kill one target faster with Sweeping Strikes up than I can with just single target damage. Another reason why Sweeping Strikes is so good is that it cannot be dodged or parried when the damage is being duplicated. So let's say there's a rogue with evasion next to me, and I'm on a priest healer, and I do a huge 1500 Mortal Strike. It's going to go through that rogue's evasion and probably hit him for 1500 to 2k. It does insane damage, and it's so incredibly good because it cannot be dodged or parried. Sweeping Strikes also paired with Retaliation is another good combination against strictly melee. A summary of what I've covered so far. Sweeping Strikes cannot be dodged, parried, or blocked. It cannot miss, but has a very low 5% chance to crit. Sweeping Strikes cannot proc on-hit items such as Crusader, Sword Specialization, Life Stealing, Hand of Justice, etc. Sweeping Strikes uses a formula to predict the damage on the secondary target so as to mimic the damage you would have done to it if you would have attacked the target directly instead of having it being hit by Sweeping Strikes. Sweeping Strikes is affected twice by plus percentage damage bonuses. This means procs like Enrage will do 50% increased Sweeping Strikes damage, whereas stuff like Defensive Stance will reduce its damage by 20%. Attacking the highest armor target will make Sweeping Strikes do the most possible damage when duplicating. Just how much more damage you will do depends on the armor difference, but generally the higher armor of target A and the lower armor of target B, the more damage you will do. Next I'm going to cover how to use Slam. Now why I make such a big deal about Slam is it's such an overlooked ability by most people, and similar to Sweeping Strikes, people don't understand its value. What Slam is it's the only casted warrior ability that just deals weapon damage plus X. It deals about half the bonus weapon damage that Mortal Strike deals, but what makes Slam so unique is it resets your auto attack. Now what this means is I have a weapon swing timer right here, and as you can see, when I swing, it'll take another 3.5 seconds based off of my weapon speed before I auto attack again. Now, the significance behind Slam is that it will reset that auto attack. And what that basically means is, the best way I can put it, is Slam is a castable heroic strike. So heroic strike will consume your next auto attack, you queue it up, and it'll consume your next auto attack to add bonus damage. Whereas Slam is a castable heroic strike in a sense. It's the best way I can describe it. And so why this is important is it will allow you to do the most amount of burst damage possible in a stun, because if you charge a target, auto attack, and then use Slam, you just did an auto attack and then you just did a heroic strike 1.5 seconds after that. And what this looks like in a stun is you're able to charge a target, auto attack, Slam, and then Mortal Strike, heroic strike, whatever it is out of that, depending on how much rage you have. Now what this basically looks like is I'm going to intercept this troll here, I'm going to auto attack and then immediately Slam after. Auto attack, immediately Slam after. That resets my auto attack, and then I'm able to Mortal Strike and do my abilities from there, and then I'll auto attack again. Now what makes Slam good is you have to Slam at the start of a cast. If you Slam towards the end of when your auto attack is about to attack again, it negates the whole purpose. Think of it like this: Slam is a 1.5 second cast, and I have a 3.5 second melee attack weapon. The first 2 seconds of that after I auto attack, so if I just auto attack and now the timer starts from 3.5 seconds down to 0, within that first 2 seconds I want to Slam. Basically what I'm trying to say is you do not want to cast the 1.5 second Slam if there's 1.5 seconds until you auto attack again. That would negate the whole purpose of Slam. You want to cast Slam at the start of your auto attack so that it's refreshing as soon as possible, if that makes sense. Moving on to the duel section of this guide, I'm going to go ahead and duel each class and try and give some commentary as a duel is playing on in the background. I'm going to put up tips and tricks on the screen at the end of each duel to help you beat each class. Starting off with Rogue here. Now this is going to be a long duel, but I'm going to try and give as much commentary and insight as I can. As we start the duel, I'm in defensive stance, and I'm just going to sit in a full cheap shot kidney and try to absorb as much damage as I can. I'm sitting with one hand and a shield, and out of that he's going to try and kite me with crit poisoning. I'm going to try and piercing howl him, but right here I use my netomatic projector. It backfires, gets both of us rooted. He sprints out of it and then runs away, and I just bandage. He's going to come in and try and re-stealth cheap shot me, so I sapper charge it. I didn't have rage for the demo shot there. Escape artist out of this route. He titles me, starts doing some more damage. Notice I still have a one-hand and a shield on. I switch back to defensive stance, get a shield block up, and I demo shout him as well. So now he's got rend, demo shout up, and I'm in defensive stance. So he's doing the least amount of damage he possibly can to me. During these little kite sessions here, I'm just trying to basically get a rend off while he wastes his cooldowns while I'm in defensive stance. He's going for the full reset, so that's first blind out of the way. And if you notice, I had a one-hander shield out for the entirety of that part, all the way up until I got blinded. Opens up with a very nice gouge into a full 5-point kidney. Big damage out of this. I'm going to try and piercing howl here and potentially escape artist. Some sort of overpower here since I have my two-hander out.
Those beastly ogres now reside within Alterac.
Just playing a little back and forth game. He gouges me, but I had a bleed on myself. Big overpower, D-stance back to one-hander shield.
Enter the ruins of Alterac and search for tomes looted
I'm trying to look to slow him here and then use escape artist and stun him, but he got a full kidney off.
I'm
looking to potentially fear into a grenade. He vanished cheap shot.
And the ruins of Alterac was the last known location of an intact
Fucking A, man.
Nade here into Escape Artist. My nade missed, so I demo shout, and then he blinds me. Now this blind breaks early, but I still think I would have won the duel because I was in Zerk stance for when he would have sat me, and I was also DR'd from the stuns. He pops a Saber Charge, tries everything he possibly can to kill me, and since I was in defensive stance, I lived all of his cooldowns, and I won that duel. Moving on to Shadow Priest. Now there's nothing really special against fighting a Shadow Priest. The only thing I could recommend is when you pop your Shadow Reflector to do it on cast at the end of a Line Blast cast, as opposed to preemptively popping it for a Shadow with Pain or for a Bobby Flay or something. The only other tip I could really give is just use your pummel wisely. Like, don't pummel necessarily at the end of a cast. I like to pummel right as soon as the next cast starts, and generally out of an intercept good cast. So here you can see I popped the Reflector on cast, did a huge amount of damage, and allowed me to win this duel. The hardest class for Warrior to beat is Mages by far. At the start of this duel, I pop Skull of Impending Doom, breaks that poly instantly. Out of this, I try to Escape Artist the Frost Nova, but Escape Artist resists, very unfortunate. I switch back
That's
to a
possible?
which cancels Flee, and then from here, it's kind of just a kiting game against the Mage. The trick to beating Mages is really items. You know, having Spider Belt, having a Frost Reflector, having grenades, having a Rocket Helm. These are all items that are basically going to make you win the duel, because Mages always have a way to get away, whether it's Blink or just reset the duel with Polymorph. He blocks, I bandage instantly, which makes him come out of block, and then I helm him immediately. I'm going to switch out of my Rocket Helm as well as switch trinkets here, and then get a charge off. Now I'm already on the back foot of this duel. I've already used Escape Artist, I've already used a trinket, and this mage is just looking for a reset. Should have switched to D-stance here. It's always good to switch to D-stance before you get polyed, so you don't just take free damage. Out of this, I'm going to get an intercept off. I tried to fear, but I was unsuccessful, so I'm just going to run up fear. He will the Forsakens instantly. I Escape Artist, walk up Hamstring on him. I'm just trying to look for the kill here. D-stance here. Pop the Reflector right at the end of the cast. And he blocks again. I have no bandage. And I want to get a Hamstring as soon as he comes out of this block. He pops AGM. And I bandage in the Frost Nova. Out of that, I'm looking for a nade. He has no more mana. Completely oomed himself. And I kill him with a Whirlwind.
You barely won that.
Hunters are pretty easy for warriors. In this duel, I charge in, pop Skull of Impending Doom right away because he placed a trap down, and then I switch to one hand and a shield from there. The mistake I made in this duel is I didn't get sweeping strikes up right away, especially against hunters. It's a phenomenal thing to do, and you can kill hunters a lot quicker. Other than that, it's just kind of a kiting match between me and this hunter. He's waiting for his next scatter shot. He trinkets there, and then I put him into a root, and then I'm going to set a scatter trap. Now this is a very important part of the hunter duel. He's going to try and take his time, get as far range as possible, and potentially open up with aim shot, multi-shot. I'm going to look to charge his pet instead of looking to charge him. So I switched to battle stance there, charged his pet, because I wanted the full intercept stun here. Now unfortunately I tab targeted to a different target, but that was probably the kill on the hunter right there. Apart from that, he's going to try and scatter me again. It's still DR from the last trap. And then he puts down an explosive trap actually. And from here I just finish him on up and then pop AGM. Druid fight is pretty straightforward. I start out with a one-hander and a shield and D-stance because I generally expect them to open up in cap form, pounce, and then tackling roots from there. Apart from that, it's easy, very easy as a gnome to just escape artist the roots every 1 minute. I got a nice slam there, which allowed me to get an overpower prop, and then escape artist these roots. The best tip I can give against fighting druids are flash bombs, especially against fighting flag carriers. They're just so phenomenal. 10-second fear that does not break on damage. If they trinket it, or whatever the case is, if you need to keep uptime against flag carrier, the best thing to do if they're constantly shapeshifting is to just spam hamstring. I trinket that root right, that pneumatic projector right there, which might have been a mistake, but I think I dodged bash, so I got a little lucky. In order to maintain uptime against some flag carriers, you are required to FAP rocket boot and then just constantly spam hamstring. Warrior vs. warrior is pretty mundane. You could do little things like switch to a one-hander and a shield to avoid some damage, and also just kite out their auto attacks. You can see in this duel here, we both get a demo shot on each other. I put out a one-hander and a shield block his mortal strike because he had a full rage bar, and then I switched back to a two-hander and started doing some more damage. One thing that's going to hurt warriors a lot are any form of absorb, so any Arena Grandmaster trinket or the Arathi Basin trinket, any physical damage absorb will prevent them from generating rage. Shamans can be a challenge if you let them cast. I charge in right away, pop Frost Effector right out of that charge, he Frost Shocks into it, and then he just starts casting on me. I pummel the first cast, start to kill some totems, but what I should have done is backed up, got an intercept off, because he pops his Elemental Master here and almost one-shots me. I try to fear into a bandage, but there's deep wounds on it and I lost. To beat Shamans, you just don't let them cast and you kill their totems, but they'll still eventually kill you with Earth Shocks and Lightning Shield. Paladin duels are generally pretty long. I charge in, switch to one-hander and shield, go defensive stance right away. Sometimes they like to hodge first global, and I want to be in defensive stance for that. I was thinking about getting the sweeping strikes up here, but I got out shield block and switched to defensive stance, and I'm sitting the full hodge here, negating a lot of his damage. I fear out of that. I tried to bandage, but I realized that A, I had bandage still on cooldown, and B, he also had deep wounds. So I'm just going to switch to two Earth Shocks and Lightning Shield. Paladin duels are generally pretty long. I charge in, switch to one-hander and shield, go defensive stance right away. Sometimes they like to hodge first global, and I want to be in defensive stance for that. I was thinking about getting the sweeping strikes up here, but I got out shield block and switched to defensive stance, and I'm sitting the full hodge here, negating a lot of his damage. I fear out of that. I tried to bandage, but I realized that A, I had bandage still on cooldown, and B, he also had deep wounds. So I'm just going to switch to a two-hander and just try and kill him. Nothing too special here. Against fighting reptiles, you can use grenade through Blessing of Protection, so you can nade bop, and apart from that, potentially shield bash is really good against execute. I wanted to share this really insightful clip. Basically, we've got a shaman here with Elemental Mastery popped casting on me, and we've got a rogue who sapped me who's about to open up. I wanted to showcase a warrior's potential to 2v1 if played correctly. Rogue opens up with a cheap shot on me. I'm taking insane damage from this shaman. I'm going to trinket the kidney, get a shield walled out, intercept the shaman, switch back to battle stance, switch to a two-hander, get his sweeping strikes up, switch back to Zerker stance, pummel that cast. Now I'm going to nade and get a huge whirlwind cleave on them, kill the shaman there, and now it's time to finish the rogue. I demo shot that vanish, I'm looking to fear and then connect to him and kill him. I'm going to try to provide a TLDR summary for the entirety of this guide so far. Basically, the things to take away are, from the gearing aspect of this, I gear my characters to have the most amount of HP as possible. I believe that the longer you can survive in a fight, the more likely you are to win that fight. On that same note, engineering and world items are very strong for warriors. Stuff like Spider Belt, Netomatic Projector, and especially Reflectors, I feel like are utilized the most on warrior as opposed to any class. I also believe that Axe Spec brings the most consistent warrior gameplay. I use hardly any add-ons and even fewer macros. I believe that everything should be done manually, and learning that muscle memory will make you a better warrior. Sweeping Strikes is one of the strongest warrior abilities you have. If there are 2 targets, it will double your damage. Slam is also an underrated ability. It'll take some getting used to for the feel of it, but it's very strong once you know how to use it. Beating each class really comes down to understanding the class and how to counter it. Especially on warrior, this will be most of the time an item advantage or a strat advantage, like sitting in a one-hander shield and distance the majority of the time against rogue. Don't be afraid to use your cooldowns. I find myself popping shield wall more often than recklessness because I'd rather survive the fight rather than try to one-shot everything. Also keep in mind that when you pop Shield Wall and you switch back to a two-hander, the duration of Shield Wall will remain. Some more tips: if you time it correctly, you can sit down for an range proc. Turning away from Gouge is very strong against rogues. Swapping a two-hander for Overpower is very strong. Make sure you reflect your on cast, not preemptively. You can taunt the pet to break a hunter trap. You could use powerful anti-venom to dispel teammates' blind. Magic absorb potions for the school magic you're fighting over health potions are way better. You have to be closer to your secondary target in order for sweeping strikes to hit. You want to attack the target with the highest armor when using sweeping strikes to do the most damage to the off target. Shield block is very effective against any physical DPS. It will reduce the damage of that attack by half. If you want to go for a crazy one-shot, you can Fear, pop a Mighty Rage Potion, get 5 centers up in the Fear without breaking it, and then intercept Slam. Switching stances is not on global cooldown, which you can use to your benefit, but switching weapons is on global cooldown. I hope you guys enjoyed this extremely detailed guide. Please give a like on this video, it took me a long time to make. I know I couldn't cover every single item in this video, as well as every single little strat. The best way you can learn